All right, Chair Police, we are on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, we shall call the meeting to order on this August 17th day. Could you please, shall we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to
to
the
the flag
of the
of the United States of America,
and
to
to the republic
which
for
it
which it
stands
stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, indivisible, with liberty
Liberty,
and
justice
for all.
All right, thank you. Okay, David, you want to announce the coverage and proceed?
Yes, happy to do so. Thank you. And good morning to the commission. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSP TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner, I think you're on mute.
It was a short meeting for Marshall.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Thank you. Commissioner Kupiak.
Here.
Thank
Oh,
you.
great.
Commissioner Senauer.
Here,
Thank you. And Chair Police.
Here,
And for the record, Commissioner Keller will be absent today.
okay. So, David, you want to discuss this consideration of the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, or?
Sure, I'll read it into the record. So the Montecito Planning Commission is being asked to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, find that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, and direct staff to continue to notice and hold hearings as remote hearings consistent with Government Code Section 54953E3, and I believe that it's still staff recommendation that the commission continue to hold remote hearings. If that is what the commission would like to do, we would need a motion to that nature. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just a background, the department continues to recommend holding remote hearings. However, when we look at the dates, the projected date, if we make the recommendation today, it'll take us just short of our next scheduled hearing. So we may have to have a special hearing in the interim to continue to remain remote. Our next hearing is scheduled for September 21st. There are no items projected that time, but as of right now, we're just looking for recommendation to stay remote, and we can coordinate a special hearing if needed.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I so moved that we remain remote.
I second.
Okay. David, do we take a roll here? Or?
Yeah, I'll happy to call that. Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiak,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Chair Police.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. So the agenda status report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at the status of our agenda, we have one item on consent, which is a receive and file report on the Montecito debris nets annual maintenance report. That's on the consent agenda. And then on our standard agenda, we only have one item, which is the Highway 101 widening project. and staff and the applicant are ready and prepared to present on that today. So that concludes the status of our agenda.
Can I ask a question, Jeff? Chair? Yeah, if there are any comments regarding the consent item, does that have to be transferred to our regular agenda?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if there are comments or if the commission wants to speak on the consent item, we would pull it off of consent and we would take it as a regular item on our standard agenda.
Is that your wish?
If it's amenable to other commissioners,
I see no problem with that.
Okay.
I mean, from my
And-
perspective.
and second of all, Jeff, is there a dead stop on the team, the 101 team, as there was last time that we weren't aware of? So just, I mean, do we have to stop by 11, or is there anything in the works for that we should be aware of?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yeah, we're looking at a dead stop at 10:30 this morning.
Wow.
All right.
So maybe, are you serious?
Okay.
I would just want to make sure everybody was awake. Good Chair and Commissioners, I'm not aware of a dead stop. The goal is to try to wrap it up, I think, by 3 or 3:30 today.
So don't give up your day job to be a comedian, please.
I'm working on it. This is a tough crowd.
So appreciative, beloved secretary, as you are kindly referenced. Thank you
I
for,
personally have a stop before 3:30 today. I'm not sure if I break quorum, but I would need to be off before then.
what
Yeah,
time? What time before that?
I would need to probably be off closer to noon.
To noon?
Wow.
I will try and stretch that, but I certainly can't go to 3.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm kind of in the same position. I did not think this was going to go for more than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
That's surprising that you guys thought that, but I'm glad you were hoping that it was. So maybe Donna, we should hold the consent item until after we're finished with the freeway.
sure. If there's only going to be 2 of us afternoon. Right?
Like, looks that way.
Right.
Well, so maybe we had to get started here or continue with, let's see, public comments. Is that what's next there, David?
Yes, if Secretary Wilson is done with the projection report.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, let me run through the projection report and then we can move to public comments on items not on the agenda. Looking at the projection report, our next hearing is September 21st. There are no items projected for that date. And as I mentioned earlier, the action remaining remote will end just shy of that September 21st date. So we may need a special hearing just to make those findings again before September 21st. And then our next hearing after that is scheduled for October 19th. And that would be 2 items on that. The horn pool and then a single family dwelling. And then moving on, we don't have any other items projected in either November or December. And then looking at Mr. Villalobos and the chair, I don't know if we want to set a special hearing today to make those findings to carry us forward or not. We might need to trail that until the end of our meeting today so we could look at some dates.
Well, there's only 2 commissioners. Is that going to be appropriate to do that? Is that all right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe that the chair can set a special hearing into the procedure, so we may have to do this offline and coordinate with the commissioners on
Okay. I'm good with that. Are you finished? Okay. Public comments, David?
We had 2 speakers for our standard agenda, but I, as always, would like to give them the opportunity to speak on this general public comment area if they'd like. If you would like to speak on this area, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, then we'll move to item 9 here, the Planning Commissioner's informational report. Commissioner Sanauer, do you want to start?
I have nothing to report.
Okay. Anybody else?
No,
Okay.
I do not.
Well, I must say that I've had multi-conversation. Yes.
no, I mean, we have had conversations with Flood. I have spoken with Walter at Flood.
Sure. Okay. Likewise.
That's ex parte. That's not now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, then I don't either. So let's move on to the minutes for the June 13th and June 29th. Is that, wait, that goes back a ways.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I believe that is a little, that's,
And misprint.
I think that the June 13th might be incorrect, and my apologies, but the June 29th is definitely correct.
It's June 29th and July 20th.
20th. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so for the July 20th, we might just have to bump that to the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So any changes or comments on?
Yes, I have a amendment to the June 29th, 22 meeting. I referenced in the informational reports. I believe I misspoke. Said I attended an MBAR meeting, site visit on High Road. It was on Hill Road. So that should be
Corrected.
quoted rather than High Road. My apologies.
Got it.
Other than that, that's my only comment.
It's good to take the high road sometimes.
Mhm.
If there's no other comments, do we have a motion to approve these minutes?
I so move to approve the June 29th, 22 minutes with that correction. Thank you.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Chair Palice.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. All right, director's report. Is our
I'm
director here? Or are we
Yes.
going with Jeff? Oh, there she
I'm here.
is.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning,
Terrific.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I have a brief director's report this morning. Just to reemphasize what Mr. Wilson said, we are continuing to monitor COVID. We've had a number of cases in our department. So we are still asking people to wear masks around the office, recommending it, because that's what the health officer is recommending. So we appreciate you as a commission making the effort to consider those factors and remain remote for the time being. Eventually, we will be back in person someday. I am hopeful, but it has been kind of a wild ride, that is for sure. I wanted to let the commission know that I'm still monitoring the Brown Act bills. I need to circle back with our lobbyists to see where they are in the process. This would allow for remote testimony for at least 2 commissioners at a time when it gets to the point where we will no longer need to be remote for COVID circumstances. And I will keep the commission abreast of anything I learn. And then I just have to report on the board had their first hearing on Tuesday since their break. We had an amendment to our cannabis ordinance there and they took action on that. And then we have only 2 future items that are scheduled currently at the board. One is the Matkin parcel map and rezone GPA, which will go on August 30th. And I believe that was an item that did come before Montecito Planning Commission. And then we have an appeal of a cannabis project in Carpinteria area called Valley Crest, and that will be on October 4th. So undoubtedly that schedule with the board will fill up with other items for the department, but at this time, that's all we have. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? So I have a question for you. If we're able to pass this Rubicon with the freeway and maybe ask for some conditions, when will this go to the planning commission? Do you know?
I believe it is November 2nd, or if that's the Wednesday. It's the first Wednesday in November.
But you would wish that this thing could come to a conclusion today regarding Montecito, is that correct?
That's correct, so that we can get everything prepared and ready and be reviewed. So yeah, that is our recommendation.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Oh, I do have one more thing. I'm sorry. There is a planning commissioner training through the Planning Commissioners Association, and an email was sent to you. And I believe it's in October, and I'm sorry, I don't have the date in my notes right now. Mr. Wilson, do you remember what that date is? I believe it's in Northern California. And I'm not sure if they'll have remote participation opportunities, but it is an opportunity for the commissioners to meet with other commissioners throughout the state. And I see him looking for that right now. I'm sorry, I don't have that up. I don't know, do you recall getting the email from
I
Mr.
do.
Lewis?
I
Okay.
recall getting it. I
So
don't
I
recall
just,
the date.
yeah, I just wanted to remind you all.
It's October 14th and 15th, it looks like.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. So if you're interested and you want more information, you're more than welcome to reach out to us. But we did send an email with the flyer. So that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So if we're going to move the consent agenda item, the Montecito debris nets, to the standard agenda, should,
Sure. Chair
yes,
Politre, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I have a follow-up to your query about when this would go before PC to Director Plowman. Director Plowman, are you still there?
Director Plowman, I think she had another meeting, but I think
Okay.
we need to take this question up during the item.
That's fine.
And then Chair, I could talk to the consent item if you would like.
So before we go there, maybe I should read it into the record. Okay. So the following is a request of the Planning and Development Department that the Montecito Planning Commission receive and file the Montecito debris nets monitoring and maintenance report per condition number 31 of the approved project case number 19 DVP 36.
And Chair and Commissioners, we can pull this item and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners, have public comment, and ask questions of staff. Based on the time today, I understand now we have some time constraints on the item on the standard agenda, so we could either do file staff's recommendation, receive and file, or we can continue this item to another hearing when we might have more time to discuss it.
Donna, what's your wish?
It was, sure. I think if it's a receive and file and there's just a few comments, I think it's extraordinary report. And I would hope the other commissioners would have some comments, perhaps not. Maybe
Yeah.
it's sort of just pro forma and no one wants to sort of discuss it, for a short period of time. But for our meeting, for our special meeting, perhaps it could be addressed then.
I recommend that, if that's okay with you, Jeff. We've just postponed it to the next meeting. Is that okay, Jeff?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm fine either way on that. And
Okay.
we can work with Mr. Villalobos on setting a special hearing and adding this to that agenda.
Okay,
So this would be the one, we would do two things on that agenda. The findings for COVID, and then we would bring this item back on that date. Things
Okay.
as received and filed, I don't think there's a noticing requirement on this one. Mr. Villalobos, you can help me out with that one.
No, just a standard Brown Act.
well, all right, that's,
I mean, I don't know. I spent the morning reading through the thing. I mean, it's a very thorough report. I personally would have no problem with the receive and file status on this.
yes, well, since we don't have a unanimous on that, I think we could just, at least just wait to the next meeting.
Sure.
Okay, so
I
let's,
think that there's a lot that could be said about this. I think
Yeah.
it frankly connects to the other topic that we're handling today, bridges under the freeway, of what is our long-term plan there. That said, I'm in favor of Donna's let's comment on it, but I am biased towards bridges today, next time.
okay.
Kind of work our way up from the ocean.
All right, well, let's deal with the freeway, standard agenda. So let's move on. David, you want to
Yes,
announce this?
happy to
Yeah,
do
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we might need a motion to continue this or remove it from the agenda and then bring it back at another hearing.
All right, I'm good
I
with
so
that.
move.
I second it.
Okay. A roll call, please.
So just to clarify, because we don't have a date certain right here, so I think that would probably be, if Secretary Wilson agrees, drop the item from today's agenda and we'll just put it on the next one when we schedule that. If that's, Secretary Wilson agrees to that, and the motion maker and seconder agree to that as well.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Okay. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
and Chair Police.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right, so we go to the main event.
Yes, the Montecito Planning Commission will review and provide a recommendation to the County Planning Commission on the Highway 101 widening segment 4D project case numbers 21 DVP 22 and 21 CDP 76.
You know, before we get going on this, I would like to recommend that during the presentation by the applicant that we hold our questions until they're finished, and then we collectively put our questions out in some order, ladies first. But if that's okay with you all, I would just like to get through their presentation if we can.
Chair Police, do you recommend also to hold questions for staff until both presentations are completed?
Jeff, how do you feel about that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, two things. So here's my recommendation. Sorry, my brain just like spaced out. I was looking at all the oceans in the background and lost focus. I hold Caltrans responsible for that. My mind went somewhere else. So my recommendation on the flow of the meeting today would be to hold all questions until both presentations are done. Questions to county staff and questions to Caltrans. And the purpose for that is we did get some comments from some of the commissioners, and those comments have been incorporated in both presentations. So there's a likelihood that questions will be answered through both presentations. So recommendation is hold all questions until the end of both presentations, county staff and the applicant's presentation in Caltrans. And then we can open it up for questions to both groups if that works for the commission. And then again, just to put a bow on this, today is coming back now for the actual recommendation to the Planning Commission. Understand that there's two commissioners that have a hard stop around noon. Staff has prepared a draft resolution. The commission can add to that or take away. The goal is to try to get that completed today so we can incorporate that into our material to the County Planning Commission, so we can have the recommendations ready. So that's where we're at today, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay. If that's agreeable with all, let's get started and we'll hold our questions.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, one thing before we get started on the presentations, I'd recommend we do ex parte
yes,
disclosures,
forgot
and
about
then
that.
we can move into staff's presentation.
Right. Okay. Who wants to go first? Donna, you have any? Nope. And then Bob?
Yeah, I did speak with County Flood just to get up to speed on the issue of, discussion of the sound walls that are being removed.
Okay, Marshall?
I had conversations with various members of the public who have reached out to me and who I've spoken to directly about their thoughts on what should be happening. I also spoke with Chief Kevin Taylor of the Montecito Fire Department about how these things about how one line happened and what comes next.
Dad. Okay.
I apologize. That was
It's okay.
a very young constituent that lives in my house weighing in.
All right. So, and likewise, I had a meeting with the Fire Chief Taylor and met with flood control numerous times. Had conversations with Supervisor Das Williams. There's a few other professionals I spoke to regarding floodway data, but that's about it. Okay. Shall we move on?
Mr. Chair, just at some point before we get to public comment, we should consider the letters that came in late as well. So that's not necessarily now, but just didn't want to lose track of that.
Okay. So you still ready to proceed?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project. I'm going to be starting off with a staff presentation, and then we'll follow that up with the Caltrans presentation from the applicant. All right, there we go. So the Commission has seen this project before as a conceptual review item, and today the Commission has the opportunity to provide a recommendation to the County Planning Commission on the project via a resolution. So my presentation, the presentation by the applicant, will explain the project and answer some questions that was raised at the last hearing. So as a brief review, the proposed project is the Highway 101 widening project, segment 4D, which is part of a larger Highway 101 widening project that goes from Carpinteria to the city of Santa Barbara. Segment 4A has already been completed, and construction on segment 4B and 4C is currently underway. Segment 4E is within the city of Santa Barbara's jurisdiction. And segment 4D is what's before the Commission today. It's approximately 1.4 miles long and begins just east of the Romero Creek Bridge and ends at the Olive Mill Road overpass. The project's located within the coastal zone and within the Montecito Community Plan area. And within the project vicinity is the Romero Creek Bridge, San Ysidro Creek Bridge, and the Oak Creek Bridge as well. So as a brief overview, the proposed project is here to increase the roadway capacity and to reduce the peak hour travel time in order to accommodate existing and projected future traffic. Motorists on the highway currently experience traffic during peak hours and expected to worsen over time. The project is designed to fit within the existing Caltrans right-of-way, and the project will work in towards the median of the highway and out from the existing lanes of the highway to add the third lane on both the northbound and the southbound direction. This is the final segment that's within the county's jurisdiction and has been included in the long-term planning as part of the 101 in Motion plan. So for the project description, the project proposes to add a part-time continuous access high occupancy vehicle or HOV lane in both the northbound and southbound directions. The HOV lane will operate during peak periods between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. and from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Outside of those hours, the lanes will be open to all traffic. And the project also includes replacement of the existing roadway pavement with 40-year long life concrete pavement. The project will also improve drainage, signage, lighting, and new barriers. And all of the proposed project will be conducted entirely within the Caltrans right-of-way. The bridges over Romero Creek, San Ysidro Creek, and Oak Creek will also be replaced. So this site plan shows the beginning of the proposed project. So when viewing this plan sheet, north is actually towards the bottom of the slide and south is towards the top of the slide. The northbound lanes move towards the right side of the slide in this diagram, and the proposed project begins just before Romero Creek. You can see the limit of the FEMA recovery map shown also in light green. Here's the FEMA recovery map, and this is the beginning of the proposed project with 4C in this section. So this site plan continues following the freeway to the west or farther along the northbound side. The concrete barriers are shown in red, fencing is shown in yellow, and landscaping is shown in green. You can see San Ysidro Creek Bridge shown in yellow in this section right here. And this is a rendering that the commission has seen before of this section of the freeway. So this continues following the freeway and includes the Oak Creek Bridge on the left side of the slide, which is proposed to be replaced. The slide also shows the location of the north and south segment, which is just a way that the applicant is differentiating between parts of the project. The applicant's proposing to construct the north segment first before beginning construction of the south segment. Guardrails are shown in teal, and the overhead sign is shown here in purple. This rendering shows the 101 northbound at the Oak Creek Bridge location. You can see guardrails on either side of the bridge and the bridge on the right-hand side. I'm sorry, guardrails on either side of the freeway. This rendering is on the 101 southbound. It shows the Miramar on the right side of the screen with a proposed retaining wall and landscaping. The concrete barriers are shown on the left, and the right side of the highway has some landscaping between the retaining wall and the freeway. So this slide shows the next segment of the highway improvements and includes the San Ysidro Road overpass. The previously approved San Ysidro Road roundabout is located in this area on the lower portion of the slide. New landscaping is shown in green, and the contrasting pavement is shown in the peach colors on either side of the on-ramp and off-ramp. This is a rendering on the 101 northbound and shows the San Ysidro Road overpass with some landscaping on either side. Here's another rendering from the other side of the freeway. Moving on, this sheet continues along the 101 and includes the Olive Mill Road overpass. You also see extensive landscaping that's proposed. You can also see the proposed Olive Mill Road roundabout as well that's already been approved. Here's an additional rendering looking towards Olive Mill on the northbound side. And here's a rendering from the southbound side. So the project was reviewed in conformance with the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Montecito community plan. And in this presentation, I'm going to highlight some of the relevant sections of the consistency analysis from the staff report. So the project is consistent with the applicable visual resource policies that require development to be subordinate to the natural open space characteristics of the mountains and to be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area. So the project is consistent with these policies because it's confined to the Caltrans right-of-way and incorporates some mature vegetation. The project's also designed to limit the alteration of landforms and to be visually compatible with the surrounding areas. This includes using appropriate colors, textures, and materials on the bridges, overpass, and barriers. And these design elements have been refined at the Montecito Board of Architecture review and are consistent with the rest of the Highway 101 corridor improvements. So the project is also consistent with the applicable biological resource policies, which includes, which require oak and specimen trees to be preserved to the maximum extent feasible, and that riparian vegetation be protected. So the project will require the removal of 159 non-native trees, 136 oak trees, and 25 specimen trees, along with 5 other native trees that are currently located within the Caltrans right-of-way. The project would include planting of 429 replacement trees of various species, including 230 36-inch box oak trees. And the applicant's required to implement a tree protection plan that includes fencing, signage, and monitoring of grading activities by a biologist in order to protect the existing trees. So in addition, the project will cause a temporary impact to 0.091 acres of the stream bed and 0.082 acres of temporary impact to the riparian habitat as a result of the bridge work. Mitigation for the temporary impacts to the stream bed and riparian vegetation will occur on site and will include hydroseeding, planting of native plants and trees, and removal of non-native species. With implementation of these mitigation measures, the project is consistent with the applicable biological resource policies. The project is also consistent with the applicable noise policies that requires noise-sensitive uses to be protected from significant noise impact, and that noise impacts are avoided through sound shielding and design. The project already exceeds, or the project area already exceeds the 65 dBA threshold due to the existing freeway noise, and the project includes noise-reducing components such as the noise-attenuating concrete pavement surface. Noise from the proposed project is expected to increase by only 3 dBA versus the existing condition by 2024 with use of this new surface. And this level of increase is generally considered imperceptible to the human ear. So in addition, property owners that will be impacted by noise, that will be the most impacted by noise, are eligible to receive acoustic treatments for structures on their property. The project has been project construction also has the potential to exceed the 65 dBA noise threshold. And condition 11 of the conditions of approval requires noise shielding for stationary construction equipment, and the mitigation measures for the project also require the applicant to notify the public and to provide contact for noise complaints. Project's also consistent with the transportation and circulation policies that require intersections to operate at a level of service of B or higher, with limited exceptions in the Montecito Community Plan area. So many of the studied intersections are operating below the level of service B criteria and are projected to degrade further over time. The project will either improve or cause the level of surface to remain unchanged for intersections in the county in the project area, and the project will reduce the highway traffic congestion and intersection traffic congestion, which is consistent with the community plan policies. The project's also consistent with the flood hazard policies that requires development to not cause or contribute to flood hazards or lead to the expenditure of public funds. In addition, the project is required to be reviewed in accordance with the requirements of County Code Chapter 15A and 15B. The project has been reviewed by the County of Santa Barbara Department, Flood Control Department, and as proposed, the project will not cause or contribute to the flood hazards in the area and will minimize the threat of flood potential because it adds additional capacity to Romero Creek, San Ysidro Creek, and the Oak Creek bridges. When improvements are made upstream and downstream of these creeks, the bridges will be able to accommodate the additional flow. So in summary, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Montecito community plan. And for a more detailed discussion, I would direct you to the staff report. Moving on to the environmental review, an environmental impact report was completed by Caltrans in 2014 that identified Class 1 impacts for visual resources and Class 2 impacts for biological resources, cultural resources, noise, paleontology, and water quality. A 2017 revised EIR was completed that resulted in additional Class 1 impacts as a result of traffic. Addendums were completed in 2018, 2020, 2021, and 22 to address the minor changes to the project and the affected environment. The applicant is required to comply with all mitigation measures identified in the environmental documents, and Condition 23 requires the applicant to submit a mitigation, compliance, monitoring, and reporting plan that identifies all the mitigation measures and addresses and shows how they're meeting those mitigation measure requirements. So staff recommends that your commission recommend to the County Planning Commission to make the required findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings. Recommend that the County Planning Commission consider the environmental effects of the project as shown in the EIR, revised EIR, and EIR addenda, prepared and certified by Caltrans, and determine that a subsequent EIR is not required, and to adopt a resolution recommending that the County Planning Commission approve the project, case number 21 DVP 22, 21 CDP 76, subject to the conditions of approval. So when it's time to adopt the resolution, staff is prepared to write down the comments and what the commissioners want the resolution to include, and we can potentially take a break and show it on the screen so the commission can see the text before voting on it. So that concludes my presentation, and the applicant is now prepared to provide a presentation with additional project details. And following that, staff is available to receive questions and feedback from the commission. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Police. So I think as the slideshow is getting ready for presenting, I just wanted to introduce myself again, Fred Luna from SBCAG. I'm here as the sponsor lead for the project, implementation lead with our 101 team, and joined by Caltrans, the applicant for the permit. Thanks, Chris, for bringing up the slideshow for the Highway 101 Montecito. So we've assembled our stellar team again here to provide you a presentation and answer questions. And I appreciate the recommendation from Secretary Wilson, since we did receive a number of questions at both previous meetings and through separate correspondence, which we've attempted to address in our presentation by the commissioners. So I just wanted to express appreciation as well to P&D staff and flood control and public works getting to this point. And you can move to the next slide, Chris. Yeah, so this slide, I'm attempting to kind of show where we've been and where we plan on going with the process, and that's been discussed a little bit to date. So these are the topic areas that we've covered over time at the two previous meetings and what we plan on talking about today. So the August 17th, this is our agenda for today. We heard interest as to the project funding and timeline, and certainly I have a slide to address that. The ongoing and very important topic of hydraulics and drainage and sound walls will be covered today as well. So we know there's still some questions that the commissioners have on that. We also wanted to bring to the MPC a discussion on safety improvements that the project's implementing in the corridor, our traffic management and implementation approach, what standards we are using to design the freeway, and the hydraulic structures and the culverts. I know that's been a topic that's been a number of questions have been asked about, so we have a few slides to discuss that. And then how these assets and components that are being delivered are going to reduce future maintenance. And so I think that's important for ongoing operational and maintenance costs. So we have slides to address that. As you heard this morning, our path forward, let's say, for approvals are a meeting in November. So this slideshow was submitted before we negotiated some final dates with P&D. But as you had heard, Director Plowman indicate that we're looking at an early November date for the first County Planning Commission. and then another date in December. I think it's December 14th. And so having those 2 dates, we would then go through our permit issuance process. And I have a next slide. If you go to the next slide, it kind of rounds out that process. So what we were asked at a previous meeting was to show how our funding process fits in with the permitting and the design of the project and what our plan is for construction. So we developed this kind of timeline to show in kind of summary form how that all works together. So starting with the funding at the top, you can see in the green bars, we're currently in a statewide funding cycle, applying for statewide funds that we've been successful with in the past. The first 3 segments of Highway 101 were complete, were awarded funding from these same sources through Senate Bill 1, which was passed in 2017. And we were able to get about $184 million for the first 3 segments. We're applying the same strategy to not just fund Highway 101, but some local coastal access, traffic, and other types of improvements, multimodal improvements in the corridor. That really resonates with the statewide goals for these types of programs. Those applications need to be submitted by the end of this year, late November and early December specifically. And then there's a process where the statewide California Transportation Commission will be reviewing applications, and awards will be made in June of next year. The 101 team is positioning itself to be ready to move and act on that. We feel highly confident that we'll get a good majority of the rest of the corridor, we're talking about Santa Barbara and Montecito, funded in this next cycle. And so we want to be in a position where we can be ready to start construction next summer. The statewide California Transportation Commission can make the allocations as soon as the awards are available in that same meeting in June of 2023, and then we can be ready to start construction next summer. You can see that in the bar chart. So that is really why we're, the permitting process is critical to getting through that, completing that by the end of this calendar year, and then going through that issuance process so that we're ready by next spring, early summer to have the permit issued. The design is essentially complete by early next year. And then we'll be going through the Caltrans contract approval process, which this being a component of the overall corridor construction manager general contractor, Caltrans would negotiate a contract with the CMGC contractor, prospectively Granite Construction, who's doing the other work, but that hasn't been awarded. We'd have to reach a price, and then they can get going next summer. And then our plan really is to build that project starting beginning in the summer of 2023. You can see 2 bars there. It's really been bifurcated into 2 kind of main subsegments between Olive Mill and San Ysidro, and then from San Ysidro down to past Romero Creek, where it would tie in with the currently under construction 4C project. So if you go to the next slide, Chris. So what we wanted to show here was just how, as a team, we're fulfilling some of the obligations that we brought, that we heard in the community about how this coordinates with other projects. And so you see in this table, we wanted to show that the project team, in evaluating the 101 improvements in conjunction with previously approved improvements at Olive Mill and San Ysidro, has looked at the traffic, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in the follow-up slides, has looked at the traffic, and we really see benefits to delivering Olive Mill and San Ysidro early, as they were identified as traffic mitigation in the 2017 EIR. SBCAG has committed local funding from our sources like Measure A and regional transportation funds to get those projects done early before a majority of this work on Highway 101 is done. So we're using those regional funds to advance that construction, and then we're coordinating, as I had indicated before, with the Caltrans CMGC process and prospectively Granite Construction, who will be looking at how all these projects are constructed together in the staging concept to help ease the traffic flow as much as possible during construction. This required a number of partnerships. We've had a number of meetings leading up to this, including first responder meetings with county public works staff, city of Santa Barbara staff related to the Olive Mill project to coordinate those types of efforts. And at this point, I think I'll hand it over to Kirsten Nair. She has a little bit more to talk about how we plan on implementing those projects and our public outreach strategy.
Thanks, Fred. Chris, if you want to go to the next slide. So as Fred mentioned, we have 3 key projects in Montecito. And in terms of implementation, the entire time we've been in development and design for these projects, we've been listening to the community, and you all have heard as well, the need to have good construction coordination between the projects, as well as trying to get as many of these improvements built as quickly as possible so that we can utilize the improvement while we're building the rest of the projects. And so that's what you see here in the implementation timeline. Olive Mill Roundabout is scheduled to start in November. The majority of that in terms of traffic flow through the intersections will be open by the time the San Ysidro Roundabout starts construction in the spring. And then that will be followed by the Highway 101 Montecito project. Specifically, the advanced work, which is already funded, is slated to begin in the summer. You can see that between San Ysidro and Olive Mill, it's scheduled a little bit before the remainder of the segment, which would be from San Ysidro to Romero Creek. And the idea with having the overlap between the San Ysidro Roundabout project and the 101 project is that there are similar ramp closures that need to occur for construction of both. And the team has been working very diligently to try to stage construction to take advantage of the closures for both projects, meaning that we would have one closure for the construction of the San Ysidro Roundabout, and we would also use that closure for the construction of the Montecito segment in the same area, so that we're trying to be efficient with those closures so the community doesn't have to have multiple closures successively, if you will. If you want to go to the next slide, the team has also been looking at general expectations for the community and commitments from the project team. These are things that we have been carrying forward throughout the corridor on the highway side, but we also have some commitments on the local road side we wanted to share with you too. So during construction, Highway 101 will have 2 lanes open in each direction during the day. That's consistent with what you've seen during construction in Carpinteria, Padaro, and Summerlin. In order to make that happen, we will have, of course, ramp closures when we're building ramps. There will be some detours associated with those ramp closures. There will also be some night work. In order to keep the Highway 101 lanes open during the day, we shift the lanes around to provide a construction area. That also means that there are certain activities that we have to do at night because they require lane closures for safety. And some of these are pretty easy to see. Like when we're doing bridge demo, clearly can't have cars out there at the same time during that. And then there's also some activities that have a lot of truck trips, such as concrete pours and things like this, where we need to have a succession of concrete trucks or large trucks to take away pavement removals. And they're in the lanes, so we have to have a lane closure. So that work occurs at night. As Fred mentioned, we have been coordinating with the first responders on our plans for both the freeway and for the local road construction. So when we're doing the roundabouts on the local road expectations, what you're going to see is that the majority of construction will occur during the day. We're anticipating delays on the local streets between 5 and 10 minutes. And it's mainly because this is a really constricted area. So trying to shift lanes and provide a construction build area at the same time as keeping them open. We do anticipate some delays. There will be flaggers out on site to help move traffic through the area as needed. We're anticipating flaggers on the local streets during the Olive Mill Roundabout and the San Ysidro Roundabout. There will be some night work for the roundabout construction. That's mainly scheduled for paving. As you can imagine, to do a nice pave, we need to have more space. So that there will be some night work for paving. We're already talking with the first responders. to give you a little perspective, we've been talking with the first responders, police, fire, CHP, AMR ambulance. Since we started construction in Carpinteria in 2016, we have regular meetings with them. We've already started our pre-construction meetings for the Montecito segment with them as well. So that's more focused on what they can expect to see. And then on local roads, there will be some detours as needed, mainly for pedestrians and bicyclists if they don't want to take the lane. But we'll be sharing more information about that prior to the start of the Olive Mill Roundabout with some public meetings, and we'll make sure you get an invitation for that as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of our public outreach, we've had an extensive public outreach campaign going since the start of construction in Carpinteria. And even before that, you probably remember when we were building the Milpas to Hot Springs project between Santa Barbara and Montecito. This includes a wide variety of public meetings. We have meetings with community organizations, homeowners associations, business groups. We also have just general public community meetings. So you'll be seeing notices for that for all of these projects. We send out bi-weekly construction updates. So every other week, you get an email that has the closures listed, maps with any detours, photos of progress, and then a detailed description by area of what's going on. There's a lot going on, so it's quite an extensive update. And then we work with the local media to make sure that they have all the information to print all of this in advance of any closures, and then also to let people know what's going on so they understand what they're seeing out there, and to help us address any issues that we're seeing, such as speeds. We also mail overview guides, and you'll see another guide coming out in early November, and these get mailed within the project area from Carpinteria up to Santa Barbara, so the entire Montecito community gets it. And it will include maps and information on all of these projects as well as updates and photo progress. We're also planning to do some walks to the business community prior to these roundabout projects as well. And we're planning a milestone event for the start of construction for the Olive Mill Roundabout. And this really helps just remind people that construction is starting. Here's the information you need to know about construction. Here's how you get through the area. Here's what to expect in terms of delays. So you'll be seeing invitations for that as well. And then throughout all of these projects, we have the website, which is svroads.com. Again, this has all of the maps, photos, construction updates, summaries of projects, overviews, renderings. It has a ton of stuff, basically. And then, as always, people can reach us at 845-5112 at any time. That's the project hotline. And we provide responses to questions about the projects, whether they're in pre-construction, such as in Montecito, or currently in construction. And that will continue throughout the life of these projects too. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Zach Sevilla, who is our leading designer for the project with Mark Thomas. Zach, do you want to take over for safety improvements?
Absolutely. Thank you, Kirsten. Again, good morning. I'm Zach Sevilla with Mark Thomas. I've been working with Caltrans and SBCAG on this corridor for the last 7 years. So I wanted to take an opportunity to talk through some of the elements and expand on the staff presentation that was at the beginning of this item. So just to touch on some safety improvements throughout the corridor, one of the things that we've realized is we want to provide a safer corridor. It's part of the goals of this project. And we do that through various ways. One of them is to improve what's referred to as a stopping sight distance. It's essentially that distance that you can see in front of your car to the next vehicle in front of you. This is done throughout the corridor in a number of different ways. One of them is lowering the freeway in selective areas. And what that does is it minimizes that hump that's in front of you so you can see over that curve. In other locations, we're providing wider shoulders, and that allows motorists to see around the corner, again, providing more sight distance to that vehicle that's in front of them. In addition to the stopping sight distance, the widening of the shoulders also aids for disabled vehicles so that they have a location to pull off on the side of the road. And then also in terms of benefiting for emergency response, having those 10-foot shoulders throughout the corridor, and that's a standard that's being applied to the entire project. All of the safety barriers that were discussed earlier during the staff presentation are all being updated to the current federal standard. So these are all nationally tested barriers that meet current safety requirements throughout the nation. The pavement markings and signs are being enhanced as well, and that again provides more safety for motorists both during the day and at night. The overhead signs that were discussed are important so that it provides more direction for motorists knowing what exits are coming up along the corridor. And then at the ramps, we are also enhancing the safety lighting just at the ramp connection to the main line itself. In addition, one other item that's not shown on this slide are the auxiliary lanes that are going to be constructed between the San Ysidro interchange and the Olive Mill interchange. So both northbound and southbound. Those auxiliary lanes connect the on-ramp to the off-ramp, and that improves the merging for vehicles getting on and off the freeway at those locations. Next slide. We're going to talk about a number of items as we go forward. I wanted to respond to one of the comments that we heard during the last meeting and provide some definitions for these items that we're going to discuss. I know there's going to be a lot of terminology, so we just wanted to provide some information up front to help inform what these terms are. So the first one is the 100-year flood. This is also referred to as the base flood. And what this is it's a flood event that has a probability of 1% of being exceeded or meeting that flood event in any given year. So the base flood or the 100-year event is the national standard that's used for the National Flood Insurance Program by FEMA throughout the nation. Next one is the FEMA Effective Flood Insurance Rate Map, or FIRM. So this is the official map that FEMA has throughout the nation for various communities. And it designates special flood hazard areas, the base flood elevations, and then other zones throughout the community. The next item is the recovery map, also referred to as the interim advisory flood map. Again, these are maps that were generated and developed for the Montecito area after the Thomas fire and the debris flow. And these provide flood profiles and advisory flood elevations throughout the community. Last one is flow rate. When we talk about a flow rate, this is measured in cubic feet per second, or CFS. And really what this represents is 1 cubic foot of water passing any one location per second. Next slide. In terms of the bridge design standards that we use, what we wanted to highlight is in all cases, all local, state, and federal standards, all bridge design standards refer to the 100-year event. So at the top, starting with Santa Barbara County, the bridge design is based on the 1% flood or the 100-year event. Caltrans Highway Design Manual has the same condition, the 1% flood or 100-year event. The FEMA has the same condition, looking at the 100-year event as the base flood. And then the Federal Highways Administration, or FHWA, has the same condition, looking at the 1% flood or the 100-year event. So in all cases, local, state, and federal standards refer to the 100-year event for bridge design. Next slide. How this looks along the corridor. Again, there are 4 creeks in this area. Starting on the left with Montecito Creek, the 100-year event represents roughly 5,700 CFS. Oak Creek, as we move to the right, is 3,810 CFS. San Ysidro Creek is 1,590 CFS. And then lastly, Romero Creek is 4,900 CFS. In all cases, the bridge designs for these areas are accommodating these flows. Next slide. So just in practice, what does that look like? We've been talking about CFS and we've been talking about standards. What we wanted to do is just quickly show what that is graphically. So if you were to look at a standard bridge, what the standard says is that the 100-year event would pass underneath the bridge within the channel. In this case, the bridges for this corridor, the 3 creeks that are being replaced with Oak, Romero, and San Ysidro creeks, are all being designed to accommodate this. There are improvements outside of the project's control, upstream and downstream, that are needed. But in the case of the bridge designs, they are all being designed to accommodate that 100-year event. Next slide. What we wanted to do is just, again, walk through some more information for how these various standards inform our design. So this is taken from Santa Barbara County. All of this information is available through an ArcGIS webpage. And looking at the Montecito area along the left side of the screen is the Olive Mill interchange. And as we move our way to the right, we pass through the 4 creeks shown as those dashed green lines. The first one is Montecito Creek, then Oak Creek, then San Ysidro Creek, and then lastly Romero Creek. And then the Sheffield Drive interchange is shown on the right. Next slide. When we overlaid the FEMA effective mapping, again, that 100-year effective mapping from FEMA, these are the special flood hazard areas that are shown and designated. This is what was used in our analysis. This is what was used to ultimately size the bridges. On the left side by Olive Mill, we did discuss that upstream of the highway, there is a portion of the flow that spills out of the channel, and you can see that represented and shown in that light green area. However, if all of that flow was to get to the freeway, the bridge is adequate to handle that capacity. As we move to the right, again, you see the special flood hazard areas for the remaining 3 creeks. Next slide. When we look at the recovery mapping, it is a different circumstance. While the recovery mapping still used a 100-year rainfall event to look at the hydrology, there's various different conditions that were applied to this that led to this expanded area. One of the most notable ones is that as part of the recovery mapping exercise, all of the culverts and all of the bridges through the watershed were assumed to be blocked by debris. And why that's important is because then the flows no longer follow those defined channels. They're spilling out at various points along the entire watershed. So when you see that coming down to the main line, that flow has been very dispersed because, again, it's not being conveyed through those culverts or those bridges. The other thing is that as part of this mapping, it did look at a burned watershed, again, to account for additional runoff from those areas. But we wanted to show this, again, as it related to the sound walls. With the recovery mapping, the sound walls did pose a barrier to that flow that's flowing over the freeway. Next slide. Following our last meeting, the team did look at various things as it related to Montecito Creek. It was discussed about the flow and what that looked like for existing conditions or through our previous analysis. So we did a number of things. One, we looked at the original as-built conditions. So what's shown on the screen here is the original as-built plan for that bridge, that structure. So we reviewed those conditions that were present at that time. We reviewed our original analysis from 2017. We then went out after our last meeting and took field measurements and reviewed the existing conditions of the Montecito Creek structure. And in all cases, what we're finding is that the bridge is adequate to pass the 100-year event, which is, again, a flow of roughly 5,700 CFS. Going forward, Caltrans and the county do have ongoing maintenance where these bridges are reviewed, and following any storm, there is remediation or any work needed to correct that. And Caltrans is committed to continuing to do that going forward. And I think at this time, I'm going to pass it along to Joe Irwin.
All right. Thank you, Zach. And we can go to the next slide. I'm Joe Irwin, Corridor Manager for Caltrans District 5. I wanted to talk now a little bit about the maintenance benefits that we're including with the project. And maintenance benefits, the way that we're realizing this is by including certain features with the project scope. Reducing maintenance needs has a direct impact or direct relationship to those traffic impacts that you see every day. When we have a Caltrans truck over there replacing guardrail or doing a drain inlet clean out, there's going to be backup on the freeway, right? And so by choosing features of the project and reducing that maintenance need, we can reduce those backups that you see. And what that will do is that keeps those right trips on the right routes. When traffic backs up, you're going to have overflow onto the local network. And we want to keep the right trips on the right route. We want to keep those freeway trips on the freeway as opposed to jumping off to North Jameson or into local neighborhoods. And so going down this list, the CRCP, that's a longer life pavement. You can see it now in completion in Carpinteria. That's going to be quieter, but it also has less maintenance. It's a 40-year design life pavement. And so we don't have to go out in a couple of years after paving and start doing joint seals or patching up potholes like we would with typical HMA pavement or jointed plain concrete pavement, having to do that continual maintenance, which would then cause backup. We also have new irrigation and smart controllers that are centrally located near MVPs in a strategic location so that the trucks and the maintenance crews that have to go and work on those, they can get off of the freeway into a safe location, and that would reduce backups due to that kind of ongoing maintenance. With drought-tolerant landscaping that's been selected for this climate, we're going to have reduced landscaping needs for our tree crews and for our landscaping crews to go out and maintain that landscaping, again, reducing the impacts to traffic. We also have new drainage systems, larger culverts, larger storm drains on the freeway system. Those larger culverts won't have as much backup or plugging due to sediment or trash, and that would then in turn reduce the amount of maintenance needed on the freeway. And finally, with new concrete safety barriers and features, we would have to send guardrail crews out less often to replace that, taking lanes to replace the guardrail that's damaged when traffic hits it. Next slide, please. Now, with landscaping on a typical project, Caltrans proposes a 3-year landscape plant establishment period. During that 3 years, you'll often see, and this happens to all of us when we plant landscaping at our house, right? You put something in the ground, it does okay for a season, but something goes on and the plant dies. In a typical 3-year landscape maintenance period, that plant that survived for 1 or 2 years and dies, it would be replaced, but then it would only have 1 more year of plant establishment past that period, right? So 1 year to try to reestablish isn't a great success chance for that plant. In light of the Roundabouts having a 5-year period, Caltrans is agreeable to doing a 5-year plant establishment period for the Montecito segment of 101. And what the 5-year period is going to do is when that plant inevitably dies in year 1 or year 2, it's going to have several more years than it typically would to reestablish. That's going to increase the survivability of the planting that we put down for landscape, for the landscape mitigation for this project. And then ultimately, it's going to give those plants, you know, as reasonable and as good of a chance to survive ongoing as we can reasonably make on this project. Next slide, please. You heard Zach talk a little bit about the Montecito Creek and the watershed when he was talking about the bridge design. But I wanted to reiterate that Caltrans and flood control, we are committed to partnering on the maintenance needs at Montecito Creek. Starting at Montecito Creek, we are going to, you know, ensure, and we continue to ensure, and you heard Zach say that we've done the analysis, but we're going to ensure that Montecito Creek and the structure there meets or exceeds the as-built condition, right? Or the 100-year flood condition, whatever is greater. And then if during our analysis and our annual reviews, we see that it's not meeting those conditions, then Caltrans, partnering with the county, is committed to that ongoing maintenance to restore it to that 100-year or as-built condition, to make sure that we are not having any kind of condition where it's restricted from what it was designed to be. And then beyond that, the wider watershed, we at Caltrans, we understand the importance that the entire watershed is outside of 101, right? 101 is part of the watershed, but it goes beyond just the 101's right of way. And for Caltrans, we own multiple routes in the area, right? We own 192, we own 101. And so we have a responsibility to ensure that the features that we're putting in and the freeway itself doesn't contribute to a larger issue, all right? And so we are committed to partnering with county flood control to identify those issues inside and outside of the state's right-of-way. And we're committed to partnering in flood control studies with county flood control to secure necessary funds to complete that comprehensive watershed analysis. And then furthermore, beyond that, after completion of the watershed study, Caltrans, again, in partnership with flood control, will seek out those funding opportunities, and we're committed to doing that to do improvements within our respective right-of-ways to ensure that the larger picture is taken into consideration. All right, and next slide. And I believe at this point, I'm going to hand it back to Fred.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So this is our last slide. We appreciate the patience of the MPC, but we just wanted to kind of round this out and just say that over the last 3 meetings, we've attempted to provide a very comprehensive description of the project that's been presented for coastal permitting. These are the major topic areas that we've covered. We're open to answering questions from each and every one of those still today, but we were focusing on some of those that we received questions on from the commissioners over the first 2 meetings, and then some new topic areas that you heard about today. And then as we discussed, moving forward and whatever comments the commission has that would be leveraged into the staff's summary is something that we're looking forward to moving on to the County Planning Commission. So at this point, I will hand it back to the chair or staff, but we want to thank you for that, and we're here to answer questions. I think you're on mute, Ron.
Well, thank you very much for your report. It was good. It was comprehensive, and we appreciate it. And we're grateful that you've answered some of the questions that were presented earlier. And you did make comment to the fact that we were going to make comment possibly. We also may actually make conditions to our approval, but we'll get to that down the road. I would like to ask if you would agree to this, the commission, if we could address, first of all, departmentalize our questions. And let's start with the roundabouts. There were some things that were said about the roundabouts. I think it's a different animal than the freeway itself, but I think I know for myself, I have some questions about the things I heard today about the roundabouts. So I'd like to open that up first. So any of the commissioners have any comments on what we heard today regarding roundabouts? Anybody there? Donna, Bob, Marshall? Nope. Okay. Then let me just say this. Part of our approval process and part of the reason why we really pushed hard for the roundabouts to be completed before the main thoroughfare was under attack by heavy construction. It looks as if the Olive Mill roundabout will succeed in being 90% or more so completed before any major activity on this segment of the freeway. However, I want to make sure we understand each other on what portion do you see, because I heard it mentioned by Kristen that there is some cooperation necessary for ramp closures and things so it'd make it easier for the project to progress if some aspect of maybe the San Ysidro interchange, the ramps might work with construction of the roundabouts. So could you give me further clarification, Fred, regarding how you see the roundabout at San Ysidro, how it's phased in with your work on the freeway?
Yeah, I can, Chair Police, and I think, Kirsten, are you prepared to answer that question? Yes, okay.
So basically, Chair Police, what we're looking at is when we build the San Ysidro roundabout and the segment of 101 Montecito between San Ysidro and Olive Mill, there will be closures to the northbound off-ramps at San Ysidro. Both projects would require closures of those ramps for construction. And so what the project team is doing is looking at where can we find construction efficiencies, meaning that if we segmented the projects and we built the Olive Mill roundabout on its own and we waited until it was fully complete, and then we came in and we built the San Ysidro roundabout on its own and waited until it was fully complete and then worked on the freeway, what you end up having is a much longer construction window overall. So you have greater impacts to the neighbors who live near that intersection of San Ysidro and North Jameson. The other thing that you have is you would also have basically repeat closures of those ramps.
Understand.
And so that's the reason why we're trying to combine construction efficiencies. And a lot of people in the community, you probably remember when we were getting approval for the San Ysidro roundabout, they said, we want you to build it fast, but we also want you to take advantage of any closures that you have to be as efficient as possible. So you're not just continually coming back with construction. And that's what the team has been looking at.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions regarding what you just said? Are we good with that? Yes, Donna?
Yeah, I do have a couple roundabout questions in general. There were extensions to both roundabouts, is that right? That came before us and has been in a projection report and then withdrawn. So is there a time extension to both roundabouts or one roundabout, or is that moot at this point?
Chair Cliche and Commissioner Sinauer, I'll take that one. I think those extensions have already been approved.
Right.
They were put on the projection report. However, after further analysis and look at the code, the Board of Supervisors did adopt hardship extensions for projects, and those two roundabout projects qualified for those under a director approval. So those extensions have been reviewed and granted approval under those hardship extensions that the board adopted due to COVID and project delays. So those have been approved and are in effect at the moment.
And how does that affect the construction of the roundabouts time-wise? Does that extend the timeline for them? Or is it simply a permitting pro forma clerical CDP or whatever that has a time of a year or two, and just pro forma, you just extend it, but it doesn't really translate into a pause or a extension of when the roundabouts can be constructed?
Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, I'm going to try to translate that. So
does it affect at all what we've just heard as far as a timeline?
So Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, I'm looking at the screens and I'm seeing a bunch of head nods. So to the negative, it doesn't affect the timelines of what you just heard.
Thank you.
So I have another question here, Kristen. So is Granite going to be able to build the San Ysidro roundabout as well? That's not a separate bid by the county, is it?
No. So the project team you see before you will be also the construction project team that you see before you. Granite is part of that as well.
Yes.
And they are on board to build both roundabouts. And then as Fred mentioned, there is still a process in place to solidify the contractor for the 101 freeway work, but Granite is the construction manager general contractor.
Okay, well, that to me that gives me comfort, because if the same contractor, Granite, is in charge of both projects, they will work to be the most efficient in getting the two of them done, or the three of them, in a concise and best case scenario, get it done as fast as you can. Okay, I'm satisfied with those answers. Does anybody else have any roundabout questions? Roundabout. Marshall, are you still there?
I am still here, yes. And I am. I don't have any specific questions about the roundabout.
All right.
Yeah,
okay. So then let's go on to maybe a little bit of meatier questions regarding the freeway itself. Donna, do you have some comments or some thoughts about conditions, or I guess, or what you see is your process for approval? you have questions that you can get answered that you've heard already, or?
Are we, okay, are we
You're not-
taking, you started with roundabouts, are we taking issue areas, or are we just, you're going to conditions now, but are you?
No. I didn't mean that. I'm saying discussions that would lead us to later for discussions of conditions. I just want to make sure we asked our questions from the comments we heard from the Caltrans presentation and the county today.
Of course. So I would like to bring up sound walls, which weren't addressed at all. And I just wonder from the chair, Ron, if you would like to sort of ask all of us about our sound wall questions or et cetera, and keep on that one topic issue area.
I'm good with that. You could start.
Okay. There were questions in the last couple conceptual about the 100-year vis-a-vis the 200-year flood requirements. And I understood that there was a 200-year for the sound walls, but 100-year for everything else. Did I mishear that?
No, unfortunately, you did hear that.
Okay, and was that addressed today that I missed?
No.
Chair, maybe we can add some.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can address that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
So I just wanted to, I'll give a summary and then we can add some additional details as you need, Donna, to help round out the picture. But the recovery mapping, which is what the sound walls were analyzed against, is based on the 100-year rainfall event. So it's a 100-year rainfall event. And then the recovery mapping also has additional conditions, such as all the culverts and bridges are blocked, which is why you see the broader distribution of water across the map. And then it also has a burned watershed area. So that also contributes to the broader flow of water across the map versus the flood insurance rate map that FEMA has, the standard flood insurance rate map. Does that answer the full question, or would you like some more details? Because we have our hydrologist here.
I'm trying to, the application of the 200-year does not apply anywhere else except for the sound walls?
So the idea of a 200-year was a bit of a misnomer at the last hearing. There was a sense that there was this doubling idea, and then someone came out with the 200-year, but all of the maps are based on a 100-year rainfall event. And both County Flood Control can comment on that, as well as Craig Stewart, if you would like to hear some more from the hydrologist. But they're all 100-year rainfall events.
So, Kristen, aren't we also looking at just the models, and we're still waiting for 6 months, 12 months, maybe as much as 18 months down the road for a real Army Corps of Engineer map?
So there's always another map in progress somewhere, basically, with the
Or every 20
type
years.
of analysis. So, well, sometimes every 20 years and sometimes after large events. And so what you have right now is there's a map that's in place that's adopted, which is the flood insurance rate map. And then there is another process with with FEMA is undergoing, and we have Craig Stewart if you would like to hear more about that process, but it's undergoing its process as well.
So is the firm mapping 100 or 200 for the sound walls vis-a-vis the bridges? Okay,
so the way this project is that the FEMA flood insurance rate map, which is the firm, is based on a 100-year rainfall event. The recovery mapping, which is what the sound walls are analyzed against, is also based on a 100-year rainfall event, but it has those additional conditions that we talked about with the burned watershed and the blocked culverts and bridges.
Yeah, I'm trying to get clarification from all this. Perhaps I'm the only one who is somewhat conflicted about all these different metrics.
Commissioner
And-
Senhauer, I can maybe explain a little bit. This is Matt Griffin, County Flood Control.
Use the right lane.
Yeah, we're hearing some, okay. All right, go ahead. There was just some crosstalk.
The current FEMA effective map is a 100-year flood event. The recovery mapping also is a 100-year flood event, except that there were different variables and assumptions in the recovery mapping, primarily the burned watershed condition. The burned watershed condition results in a higher flow rate. So even though they're both 100-year flood events, they have different flow rates, and the recovery mapping has a higher flow rate.
But is the 100-year flood event coupled with the burn event, the way the mud flow occurred? I mean, both things have to happen simultaneously. You have to have a fire, and you have to have a 100-year rainfall.
Both the FEMA effective map and the recovery map don't consider debris. They're both clear water flows.
No, but you're saying that the second mapping is affected by the fact that there's a burned watershed.
A burned watershed, yes, but not a debris flow. So a burned watershed, an unburned watershed retains water better than a burned watershed. A burned watershed, the water just runs right off into the creek, resulting in faster and higher flows.
So my question.
But that's not really right. I'm sorry. That's not really right. And I finally find that comment a little disingenuous in that the modeling is assuming the bridges over the 101 that are the 101 are blocked up with debris. And the people who did that model were not just coming up with arbitrary conditions. It may be modeling clear water, but the prerequisite assumes something has blocked up these bridges, and that is the debris flow topic. And I think we all need to be honest and holistic about that. That one model assumes debris and another model has no debris impact. So I would urge you to reconsider your comments in that regard.
Commissioner Marshall, yes, you're correct. The recovery mapping assumes that bridges and culverts are plugged. Montecito has a long history of plugged bridges and culverts with a burn shed and without a burned watershed. That condition was, it's a conservative assumption. It was applied to the recovery mapping, and we feel currently that that's the best available information. And the recovery mapping is what was adopted by the Board of Supervisors for development in Montecito.
And so, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kubiak, I don't mean to be talking over you, but if I can have one more question on this.
Okay.
That all of Montecito, including the sound walls, are subject to the recovery map conditions, but that the 101 bridges, perhaps uniquely within Montecito, are not. Is that an accurate statement in terms of how this process is proceeding?
I think it's fair to say that bridge development in Montecito throughout the county, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but that occurs within the floodway. And the floodway has specific FEMA requirements. And even though the recovery mapping was developed by FEMA, it is not recognized by FEMA for administration of their requirements. So it makes sense to apply the effective mapping to the bridges countywide.
Is that really answering his question? I'm a little confused there. Could you rephrase your question, Marshall, again, and so I make sure I understand this properly?
Is it an accurate statement that houses, commercial structures, anything that is within our jurisdiction as the Montecito Planning Commission needs to meet construction requirements based on the recovery mapping, not the original FEMA mapping? And that includes the sound walls, but that uniquely the bridges over the 101 freeway are being held to the earlier standard and not the standard that the rest of Montecito is being held to. Is that an accurate statement? If I'm misspeaking, please, please clarify.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay.
But
Well-
hang on, after listening to, beyond the mud flow, I mean, we all lived through it. We all have our own eyes-on analysis of what happened in the hedgerow area, and we've also spoken to many neighbors. But the analysis after listening to so many geologists was, in that particular instance, that this was a 2,000-year event. I mean, I really want to kind of try to zero in on probability. The idea of a catastrophic fire and analyzing blocked water flows because of so much debris flow to produce a water event based upon, we're not analyzing it as if it's a 200-year or 100-year flood event. It's a criteria that's much higher. We're assuming that there's something happening in those creeks caused by a fire that is then coupled by a 200-year flood event or a 100-year flood event. And those two circumstances joined together produce a completely different probability effect. We didn't see, I mean, I've kind of looked at the photographs that were sent to us. I've spoken to neighbors in the neighborhood who've gone through the last 20 years or more, 25 and 30 years. They've been flooded, but nothing on the catastrophic level that these maps indicate.
I would venture to say that if you go back 35 years, you will not find anything between San Ysidro and Hickson that measures anything like what we've been looking at. I can't speak the same for the segment from San Ysidro to Olive Mill, but I know that the section between San Ysidro and Hickson, there is no documentation that flood control could find for me that shows any evidence of flooding to a catastrophic degree or even to a minor degree between those two roads. But anyway, I want to ask a question, if we could, regarding sound walls, but also regarding to the culverts under the freeway, the new ones that are going to be placed in Oak and San Ysidro and Romero. Are they going to be bulkheaded or blocked because of the flows below the freeway are much, much less? Or are they going to be open and free for the full capacity?
So similar, thank you. That's a good question. The new bridges at the three creeks will be bulkheaded as required because the downstream conditions are not ready yet to accommodate that water flow. This is very similar to what you see on the bridges on North Jameson Lane. They were replaced about a decade ago, maybe a little longer. They also have bulkheads as they're waiting on the downstream improvements. So what that means is when the downstream improvements are in place and the bulkheads can be removed to accommodate the full amount.
But can we speculate that, I know that in the section of Sycamore Creek that goes under the freeway, there's 3 barrels and 2 are blocked because they can't accommodate, much like you're saying, downstream overflows because downstreams are 20-year flow capacity or in that vicinity. So I'm asking, regarding sound walls and other issues above the freeway, it seems like we're going to be held hostage by the lack of right-of-way and construction of a widened channel below the freeway so that we do not get the benefit indefinitely of your beautiful freeway upgrade culverts underneath those 3 creeks. So what are we to do here in Montecito? Are we saying you built this beautiful freeway, you've got us 50% more capacity, blah, blah, some nice landscape, tore some old trees out. But in any event, we still have the same reduced flow under the freeway until such time as right-of-way and construction is built below the freeway. Is that, to me, to understand that? I mean,
Well, in essence, that is the process, but that's where that larger watershed study comes in that both County Flood Control and Caltrans are working on as partner agencies and also committed to the funding. They've already, I believe there is already research going on for funding as well. And Joe Irwin's here. Joe, did you want to add some comments on that watershed study?
Yeah, I can say that, flood control and Caltrans have been communicating on potential avenues to secure those funds. Some of those are going to be from federal sources, federal grant funds that would be made available to be able to look at those. Some of those are state funds that Caltrans can administer. So on those kinds of state funds where Caltrans is the deciding body, we can't partner with flood control in applying for it because I can't apply for something that I didn't administer, right? But we can make that available to flood control, and then we would be the reviewing agency to give it, a level of nomination status.
So your goal would be to make these culverts totally to use them for total capacity if and when you could get the capacity below the freeway to the ocean installed, purchase right away and install the culverts. And they would be hopefully at the same capacity of the passageways that we will be building under the 101 in the near term.
Right. I think the big picture is that, we know we're coming in to replace these bridges. And so we don't want to do the actual physical work of widening these bridges to a certain point and then having to come back and redo that immediately, right? So we are sizing them to the best available. And then because the downstream is not to a point where it can accept that much water, we have to bulkhead it, just like the county did upstream of those bridges. So.
Yes, but the point being made here, I think, is that all of Montecito, from the freeway all the way up to the 192 to your other road or the Caltrans other right away, is all vulnerable because of the fact that the little piece of property between the freeway and the ocean is causing us to have our culverts blocked, our bridges blocked, so we cannot pass the water that we have built the culverts to handle, is basically what we're saying. We're somewhat held hostage by the lack of right-of-way and the lack of construction south of the freeway.
Not just south of the freeway, though. I think it's watershed wide. It's not just a pinch point south of the freeway, in between the freeway and the ocean. There's other locations between 192
and
and
there is,
101.
but the thing is, you can't even move whatever you have. Let's say, 40-year storms, or there's capacity 3,000 or 4,000 feet per second that could run underneath this freeway. We're really restricting ourselves and basically, and in harm's way, putting neighbors just above the freeway by virtue of not having our work and our right-of-way purchase below the freeway. I just think that we have to acknowledge the fact that all that we're doing on the freeway and all that the county has done so far is limited because we haven't done the outflow to the ocean.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Felicia, I think that's a standard. What you're saying right there is a standard statement you could make for a lot of communities across the region. And if you look at a lot of the big watershed areas, you see the same thing. So.
True, but not all of them have the slope and the angle and the distance, the short distance from the mountaintops to the freeway to the ocean that we have, which has caused, the death of 23 people recently, and just the history of flooding here. The sooner we can get that freeway, larger 100-year storm culverts open and used, the better we're going to be. So I just want to emphasize that I think if you were to start a flood control project, you'd start at the ocean and work your way up so you can get whatever water that comes down the creeks out to the ocean. But that's a different topic than the sound walls. And so while we're talking about sound walls, I want to ask the question. I understand that the county would not have an issue, and I would care to hear whether Caltrans would, if the design, if the 100-year flood analysis that came out, say in the near term and a year from now, said that that the area where the sound walls are, or part of the area where the sound walls were initially planned, were not part of the 100-year floodplain, that there would not be any reason why we could not build those. Is that a fair statement?
Could you rephrase that one?
Okay, I will. After speaking with various members of flood control and other field engineers, that my understanding is that we were going to get a report probably within 12 months. It's going to tell us what parts of our community are in a 100-year flood area. And if the, say, for example, Jamison from San Ysidro to Hickson is not part of that 100-year flood in that flood area, that we have no reason why we can't build that sound wall in that area. Any area that's not part of the future 100-year floodplain should be permissible to build the sound wall.
I think that might be a question that would be good for county flood control to weigh in on, because they set the requirements.
Chair Pliche, yes, in general, that's a correct statement.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because what that means to me is that we should call and ask for the money to, at least Caltrans should have the necessary expenditures to install those sound walls if in fact we are not in that 100-year floodway. And I think that should be that I would ask that to be a condition later. But does anybody, Donna, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. And if we want to zero in on funding for sound walls, I have other questions about sound walls, but regarding, since you brought the nexus of funding in, what is the funding that is being saved, quote, from not building the sound walls, as was in all the projections up to the 2022 February, I believe. In any case, what is the funding that is, quote, being quote saved by not constructing the sound walls?
Can you answer that, Fred? I don't know if you can or not.
Yeah, I think we had a conversation about that, Chair Pliche, and yeah, I'd be happy to get into that. I'd also have a follow-up on what you were talking about before, if I may.
I thought you would.
So regarding the funding, regarding the cost, to answer Commissioner Sandhauer's comment about the sound walls that have been removed as that were originally proposed. I think they were estimated, and Zach can correct me, in the order of like $5 to $7 million. But that's really part of the overall cost that's still attempting to be funded, and we're still negotiating that cost with Granite Construction. So it's not like it's on reserve for additional improvements or saving, but we understand. And I think we mentioned at previous meetings that everything we're doing with the project would allow or would not preclude a future implementation of those sound walls. So I think that's important to hear again, and remind the commission. If that answers the question, I did have a follow-up regarding what was stated. Maybe it was the premise behind the question that you asked before. Chair Pliche was about the timeline for the approval of the next mapping. I was wondering what was your source for that 1 year timeline, because we were hearing we're hearing a much more conservative timeline, having to go through a more extensive public process. So
yeah, I was told that the estimate was at the outside 18 months, and if we're lucky, it'll be done in a year. But that was what I heard from various members of our flood district managers, without mentioning names. But just to back up for a second again, Mr. Kubiak, did you have some comments regarding the foundational work of sound walls and the like?
Yeah, I think to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood, to live through a kind of endless, continuous construction project, because my belief is that by the time the next flood mapping occurs, sound walls will most likely be possible. But that being said, and since there's funding available, I mean, I would like to see, the construction process of building the roadway will go through. This will take some time to do. I want to make sure that the footings for these sound walls are implemented in this phase, so that it's only masonry block that has to be constructed in the future phase and isn't really going to impact the kind of machinery and the digging and the types of things, the rest of the project can continue forward. But, a sound wall could be built on the side of North Jameson, just using, the kind of labor that would be necessary without having to get into some major digging and other events. So, I know that for me, a condition of approval will be that the footings to accommodate those sound walls will be put in place. But that being said, I'm not sure, really what was planned. We've seen these diagrams, but I still have great reservations about the fact that should these sound walls be designed in staggers with enough, appropriate staggered sections to accommodate water flow through the sound walls, in addition to the same kind of blowout panels that are used on other sections of the freeway, that those two instances together, are going to allow a tremendous amount of water flow. I mean, none of us have seen more than a couple of inches, 2 inches of water flow, in the area that we're talking about in the hedgerow. I mean, we've talked to a lot of neighbors. I've lived there for 20 years. We've had rainfalls. We've had, water coming down our driveways that's 2 inches thick. Nothing that this kind of implementation of appropriate design on the sound wall would not accommodate. So for me, in terms of making the community, having this future construction occur in the simplest, quickest, least intrusive possible way, I know preparation for those sound walls should be put in place now.
Okay. I have a question for you as well, from the team. You were talking earlier, I think Zach was saying that we're taking out some of the bumps and some of the dips in the freeway. I was wondering, are we adding any depth, or should I say height, that's above ground next to where the sound walls would be, so that in the interim period, if there isn't a sound wall, or even in the future, the freeway will actually be higher than Jameson than it is now? And if that's the case, what are we going to do about Jameson? Are we going to leave it where it is if you're going to raise the freeway? Can I have a design comment on that from Caltrans?
So Zach has a great answer for you on that.
Okay.
And then also, I think, just to follow up on some of the other comments, Joe Irwin has some feedback to add to that too. So let's start with Zach first. Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten. In general, the freeway, like I mentioned, in removing those bumps to improve the sight distance, in all of those locations, we are actually lowering the freeway. The freeway is pretty constrained from the multiple overcrossings just between San Ysidro and Olive Mill. There's 3 overcrossings, so there's not room to raise the freeway profile. So in all of those areas, and then even further south, we're lowering the profile to improve that stopping sight distance. What I would say is, as it pertains to North Jameson, the freeway isn't getting higher, but the reason why some of the renderings showed a retaining wall between the freeway and North Jameson is because the freeway is getting widened. So in widening that freeway, there's not enough separation between North Jameson and the freeway to have a slope. So that's why that retaining wall is being constructed.
Is the southbound part of the freeway the same height, or is it higher than the northbound in any area in that 1.6 miles?
It staggers. So in some cases, as we're going through various different curves, if it's curving to the right, it's a staggered offset in the median, and that's done to limit and reduce the impacts on both sides of the freeway.
Okay, so if we had flooding over the freeway, it might not necessarily be able to go across the freeway like it is now. It might only be able to go to the medium. Is that what you're saying?
Not totally. In the Three Creeks area where the rendering showed the metal beam guardrail along the median of the freeway. That portion of the freeway is designed to allow flood flows to go completely over the freeway.
Okay.
Where we get into the portions where the freeway is curving around, that offset that I mentioned in the median, the high points are the same on the northbound and southbound. So the water surface elevation would be the same as it crosses over the freeway.
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you. Mr. Miller, are you still there? Yes.
I have a number of questions. I wanted to take my turn. So.
Okay. Well, I think we're to you right now. Let's go.
Okay. So my understanding is that Commissioner Kubiak has repeatedly suggested knockout sound, like bottoms to the sound walls and staggering to let water flow through, but that that the challenge of that is that if we get it to a point that the water flows through, am I correct that it no longer meets federal highway standards in terms of actual sound dampening, and that's part of why we can't build flood?
No.
Okay, then.
No.
Well, no. If we could direct this to Ms. Ayers, I had been under that impression. So, correct me if I'm.
There's sort of two things there, Commissioner Miller. One is, remember that idea of people said, could you build a sound wall on stilts? And that would let the noise through. So that would not qualify. I think Commissioner Kupiak was mentioning a staggered wall system, which we do have in other parts of the freeway. Problem is we don't have enough physical space in most of the Montecito segment to build staggered walls.
So that's the problem. It's the real estate problem.
The real estate problem. But the other part of that, there's two parts of that staggered wall problem. One is the physical space needed to build the wall itself. The other part of that problem is that in the analysis against the recovery mapping, remember the staggered walls don't let as much water pass through as walls with flood panels, but either option couldn't meet the no rise requirement against the recovery mapping. And I think before we go to another question, Joe's been trying to add in some things. So if I could let Joe add in his point real quick.
Yeah, Commissioner Kubiak, you brought up a point of, not having to go back and replace foundations or add new foundations to the project when sound walls, if they eventually are permissible to place in there. And so with the retaining walls that we're putting in, remember, a lot of these retaining walls are needed just because of the difference in North Jameson and the freeway. Those retaining walls foundations are sized to accommodate a future sound wall if that becomes permissible. So Commissioner Kubiak, I want to be clear that those foundations that we're putting in on our retaining walls are sized appropriately to have any future permissible sound wall.
And there is no encroachment room for the sound wall to be staggered towards the freeway rather than towards North Jameson. I mean, it looks to me like there's a tremendous amount of property on the south side of that where you would put a sound wall.
Totally, we get thank you for that, Commissioner Kupiak. I think there's a couple of things. One is there enough physical space? And then for a staggered sound wall, you also have to have the appropriate slope. And so Zach Sevilla's team analyzed the entire stretch of the freeway and the walls. But again, remember that this discussion about staggered walls or walls with flood panels, we still can't meet the requirement right now. So neither one qualifies at this moment. But Zach, do you want to answer that question?
Sure.
But before you start, my question was, is a combination of both. It's not one or the other. It's doing two at the same time.
We did look at that. Yes, that's a good question. Zach, did you want to?
Sure, Kirsten, I can answer in terms of the stretch where in between Sheffield Drive interchange and San Ysidro, and then from San Ysidro to Olive Mill. In those stretches, there is not enough space between North Jameson and the freeway to have staggered walls that would provide enough capacity for the water to pass through that area. There are two locations along the stretch that could have staggered walls, and those are at the off ramps for both San Ysidro and for Olive Mill. Those are the only two locations that have enough space to allow for staggered walls, but in those stretches, it doesn't provide enough capacity. As Kirsten mentioned, we did look at the combination of staggered walls and the floodgates, and in those situations, neither could meet that condition of no rise against the recovery mapping.
Is it possible for you to provide us with some of that data of the study?
Who are you talking to, Bob?
I think he's talking to the team, and I think we may have provided that already through flood control.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think we've seen it. I would like to see some substantive proof that that analysis was made, and that in fact the combination of the two elements, especially at that San Ysidro intersection and the Olive Mill intersection, that there's some, there's a quantitative sheet of paper that says, here's the water flow. I studied how much water flow is going to come through the wall, and it doesn't work, or it does work. If the study was done, there should be something to substantiate it. I'd like to review it.
Commissioner Kubiak, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. There were a number of hydraulic reports that were included as attachments to the staff reports. And I can work with the Caltrans team to potentially gather that information and provide it to the commission.
I've read through some of these things, and I just don't see anything that actually translates into the proof positive that what we're saying has been analyzed has actually been analyzed. I've looked at, we've been reading these documents now for a while, but that's a particular point. I would like to know for sure that before we abandon our efforts to get sound walls, that in fact they can't work.
Well, I think we can eliminate the idea of the staggered walls. I don't think we necessarily have to eliminate the original design sound walls, that if we're not in the 100-year floodplain, those can be built. Whether you want to add the extra beauty of having the flaps at the bottom, the
It's
opening,
not,
you can.
okay, it's not beauty, it's function. Okay. They operate functionally. They're not beautiful flood panels or gates.
I'm being sarcastic. Tom.
Okay. So it has been established, one, by Caltrans, that in fact the standard and code for sound walls with flood panels do in fact cause the sound to be mitigated. Okay. So on stilts, all that, maybe not, but definitely as they are in operation to the west of us.
Yes.
To a great degree, that's all being vetted. Okay. They work as on mitigation and in flood rise. And I think in my reading also, the sound walls, it is at S281, is it at Arroyo Paradon, have floodgates, flood panels. And that basically is it built already, or is it going to be? Is it completed?
Commissioner Senauer, it's currently under construction.
Under construction. And the reason that's allowable is because they have a different modeling and metric versus here in Montecito, which is the recovery map modeling that requires zero flood rise. Is that correct? It's 6 inches there, and so the flood panels are okay there?
No. It also has a no rise condition. But I think if you're talking about conditions, we might want to ask county flood control, because we don't set the conditions, as you know.
Sure. Is the flood rise different there at S281 than it is here in the area we're talking about with the sound walls that have been eliminated?
So I was not involved in the stretch that Aurora Paradon, but I can tell you that the condition letter that was provided for that segment was very similar to the condition letter for segment 4D.
Meaning the flood rise? I'm concerned. What are you referencing? Condition?
So there's I was not involved. I'd have to look at the condition letters. The condition letter that was sent to Caltrans was the same for those two, for that segment and this segment. So the conditions were the same.
One has panels and one is not allowable as far as any sound wall.
So maybe Caltrans can speak to their modeling for that.
Commissioner Senauer, I think Mr. Luna has a comment to help.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to speak to the condition letter, and certainly P&D can also reference that as well. But I believe there was a little bit more clarity or a little bit more specificity in the one we received for Montecito, as it referenced the recovery map by name, whereas the one for 4B just indicated special flood hazard areas, which were defined as the FEMA effective map.
Do we have that condition letter? Have we received it? Is it in any appendix, et cetera, et cetera?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, the condition letter for flood control is included as one of the conditions of approval in the staff report. So it's
okay. I'm offering the comparative of the condition of
the other
S281 versus. Okay, am I not being
Commissioner
clear?
Senauer, I think they're being very clear, and I think they've answered it, and I think we should all highlight this. Is it that the other part where the sound walls were built, the county flood control condition letter they just said referenced the firm study. The flood control condition letter from Montecito references the recovery map. And because the outcome of these two studies are different, one can build sound walls and the other can't. And so the conditioning of this project continues to be kind of a little bit of a mystery to me, that the sound walls are conditioned for one standard, the bridges are conditioned for a different standard, but that it has varied as the project has moved along, depending on where it is. I would refer to both flood control and to Caltrans. Is what I just said accurate? Because Commissioner Senauer shouldn't take my word for it. That the old sound walls that are currently under construction were conditioned under the old study. That the sound walls that we're talking about are conditioned under the recovery study, but the bridges are conditioned.
You froze up there, Marshall. Could someone answer that?
Sorry, am I back? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I don't know where I froze up. I'm sorry. Okay, so is the sound walls were for part of this project conditioned under the old flood mapping? For Montecito, where they're being turned down, county flood control is conditioning it under the new flood mapping, but county flood control is not conditioning the bridges under the same flood mapping that it's conditioning the sound walls. Those are kind of three statements, and I want to make sure they're all legally accurate.
Hi,
or technically accurate. Yeah.
Hi, this is Walter Rucaba, County Flood Control. I believe the three items that you said are accurate. The area within Montecito are being conditioned based on the recovery mapping. What we do agree with that Commissioner Chair Palucci had mentioned that if foundations are completed as part of 4D and our future studies show that a wall can go in, as Mr. Griffin already communicated, we will support walls going in. We don't support walls at this point based on the current mapping that we have right now.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Could we? I am a drum that only plays one note sometimes. But could county flood control speak to the? I'd be interested in hearing, because I assume it's at county flood control's recommendation that the county adopted the recovery map as the building standard for all new construction or significant renovation in Montecito, including the sound walls. That was deemed, that is, although we hope for better in the future, that's the best available science. I understand there are generic federal standards for the bridges that are being met, but why has county flood control not put a condition letter on bridge construction to match the same level of construction requirements with the recovery map that have been conditioned elsewhere?
Yeah, it's a great question. The reason so is because, and they're not general standards, they're the industry standard for a bridge design. That is what county uses, that's what the state uses, what's done nationwide. It's a standard that we're comfortable with for the bridges. I think the other reason for that is, let's assume you applied the recovery mapping on the bridges. The likelihood of downstream channel improvements or upstream channel improvements at any point in time matching that capacity is extremely unlikely. The challenge of just getting a 100-year storm capacity downstream or upstream for the channels or bridges is still going to be challenging enough.
That's a rather profound statement, and I'm wanting to make sure we unpack that, which is that we're not requiring this, that the 100-year flood standard is the requirement, not just for bridges, but it's requirement kind of everywhere, always. But that FEMA came in and did the recovery mapping because the 100-year flood standard from previously was frankly inadequate as shown by the flood. But what you're saying is that we don't have to bring the bridges up to the standard of construction that we're using elsewhere in Montecito, because county flood control doesn't believe we're ever going to be able to do the projects necessary to make things safely kind of get from the ocean, from the mountains to the ocean. I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to be more inflammatory than what you're trying to say.
Marshall, I think it's not just flood control engineering. He's actually also speaking to the political will of our community.
Right.
Can you imagine trying to build a 200-year flood protection like we did in LA and wipe out homes on the ocean? That's going to be. I don't think we have the politician here to be able to make that happen. So, and then it's lawsuits. So I think we're stuck with an inadequate water flow through Montecito. And all we can do is do our best to work on debris basins up north, put nets up north. But I doubt seriously, I would be happy to see 100-year floodway from the freeway to the ocean. I would consider that about 4 times better than what we have now. Would I want 200? Of course I would, but I don't think it's realistic.
Well, I'm going to correct you, Mr. Police or Chair Police, on this kind of 200 language, because we were advised that was not we were using that last meeting, but we're not using it this meeting. But that I don't doubt your kind of, I take seriously your political realities, but I think that making a safe Montecito has to go beyond. Caltrans is a part of it, but this project has to go beyond that. And even if it's a multi-generational project, I refuse to accept a reality in which homes gets washed away from time to time. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not arguing with you about political reality, but maybe we get there someday. And I won't give in to half a loaf approach.
Are you suggesting, though, Marshall, are you suggesting that because of the fact that there's a belief that someday we may truly want a 200-year protection, that we should do something about the freeway more than 100-year? Are you
What I'm
suggesting?
saying is that we should, well, it's defining what we mean by 100-year. Using the recovery map standard that we're using, the recovery map standard that we are using for all other construction, we should be using for the freeway also, because that seems to be the thing that we are, the modeling that we're trying to address. And specifically, that the reason the recovery mapping is so hard, or it shows the recovery map has dire consequences to it, specifically because they are identifying debris collection in these bridges more than anything else. That the bridges clog up and then there's disaster. And bigger bridges that don't clog up, a new version of the recovery map would be much less severe, is my kind of cowboy math at looking at this. Maybe let me put that as a question to flood control. Would adequate bridges in your mind, or much larger bridges in your mind, fundamentally change a redo of the recovery map?
After this answer, Jeff, you may speak.
As you heard from Mr. Griffin, the recovery maps assume block culverts or block bridges, so you can make the bridges 3,000 feet long and they're still assumed to be clogged. That's why we are comfortable with the 100-year capacity bridges. And I'm just going to make one more point. Regardless of the recovery mapping, regardless of the effective mapping, there's been 7 known floods in Montecito in the last 7 times in the last 60 years. The 101 has been closed due to flooding. As been mentioned, we don't have photos or information from San Ysidro to Hickson. However, it's still in an area that's prone to flooding based on all the studies that we have. So because of that, regardless of the recovery mapping or the effective mapping, flood control does not support at this time sound walls along the 4D segment. Once updated mapping occurs, once we have better information, if we determine that areas are not within the floodplain, flood control, as Matt Griffin already explained, we would support looking at those areas for sound walls. This is not the time for it.
Well,
I respect that comment. I do want to unpack what you just said, because I want to make sure that what you're saying matches on this. The idea that the recovery model mapping assumes the bridges are plugged up. What you're saying is that a bridge that was 300 feet high and 3,000 feet wide, if it's assumed it's still plugged up, it's still a problem. I understand what you're saying, but that the reason they're assuming the bridges are plugged up is partly a function of their narrow and constricting size. And so that FEMA mapping with a much larger bridge would not necessarily assume them to be plugged up. Is that a fair statement?
You'll have to, could you clarify that question one more time?
So that there's a chicken and egg problem. The recovery mapping makes an assumption that the bridges and culverts are clogged. And your point is as long as you have that as an assumption, there's going to be catastrophic flooding in the recovery mapping. But the assumption that the bridges and culverts are clogged is partly a function of the size of the bridges and culverts. A large enough bridge and culvert would not necessarily be assumed to be clogged up if it was built to a more robust standard. And at that point, the recovery mapping process that we are using, or that worst case scenario, would improve significantly. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm going to let Jeff provide his comment, and then I'll answer that question.
Mr. Chair, if I could interrupt for a second.
Yes, please. Go right ahead.
I think we may have reached an impasse. I think we've tread this path multiple times in other hearings. I wanted to reset the goal again of where we're at today. So the project as proposed does not include sound walls today. So the task before the commission today is to make a recommendation to the County Planning Commission based on the project as proposed today. If a majority of the Montecito Planning Commissioners want sound walls or feel that sound walls should be included, that could be their recommendation today.
But can we complete our conversation though, Jeff? You want to cut it off now? Why are you bringing this up?
So the reason why I'm bringing,
we agree with you. We want to get to a place where we have, some hopefully minor conditions or whatever they are, and put forth an approval process ahead of ourselves here.
Okay. Okay.
If I can finish, Chair, I'm bringing this up. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off because I'm bringing this up because there's two commissioners that I think had a time certain around noon. It's 11:30. We still have to have public comment. So to be able to get recommendations into resolution by 12:30 or 12, we need to.
I don't think that's possible.
Get to a resolution.
Okay.
Otherwise,
go ahead.
Otherwise, the project's going to move forward without a recommendation from the.
Okay. A couple things. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. It was, and I wanted to bring this up earlier. Unbeknownst to the commissioners or the 101 team or P&D, there are two commissioners who have a time certain, which we were not aware of. Okay. The 101 team was going to be here till 3:30, which was great. There is a true time constraint for us to be appropriate in our recommendations, our deliberations, etc. Number one, I don't think we have that allowance now. Number two, I think that a continuance, unfortunately, is something that should be on the table. And only because we don't have the time. Okay. These are important issues we are going through today. The third thing is, I really believe, as we did with the roundabouts, we went, I'm sorry, Jeff, you're looking very disturbed. We asked the Board of Supervisors that we be the deliberative body, and they agreed. This is an option. And it says in the jurisdiction, the following shall remain within the jurisdiction of the County Planning Commission unless the Board of Supervisors directs that the MPC shall have jurisdiction. This is a Montecito project. And we can recommend, we can do whatever we want, but the CPC is a deliberative body that is a decision maker to a truly Montecito concern. So those are things I'm just laying out, and I'll leave it for discussion or thumbs up, thumbs down.
I have a question. Bob, you have a hard stop?
I'll figure out how to make it not a hard stop. I may be able to just do it by phone, but I'll figure out how to stay.
Okay.
I'll do the same. I had to stop, but I appreciate why this is going on.
Okay. Well, that should relieve us. So, okay. Knowing that, Jeff, I think that might reassure you that we could get this thing done today and get it off our docket here. So, going back to Walter, you were going to make a comment.
This is Matt with County Flood Control. Circling back to Commissioner Miller's comments, he makes a good point, and I think that is why we feel that the recovery mapping is appropriate for the sound walls, and the FEMA effective mapping is appropriate for the bridges, because the FEMA effective mapping doesn't assume clogged bridges. And for context, the 100-year FEMA effective mapping standard is a high standard.
Yeah, can I ask you a question here? When you say in our study, we have recovery map, it's completely blocked, but yet we have empirical knowledge that tells us even in this worst storm we had 4 years ago, they were only partially blocked, only like maybe less than 2/3 of them were blocked. And so you take a model that shows 100%, there's not a condition that we've seen that all that's blocked 100%. So I find that disingenuous to establish the sound wall construction based on a recovery map that is not very accurate when it comes to the real world of how flooding we've had. That's why I want to wait and get the Corps of Engineers. And actually there's a study going on, I think jointly going to happen with the county and the Resilient Communities Project to have a study done within the year. And so I find it, I think we're, 10 years we say we're getting a wall, 2 months says we're not getting a wall. And yet in possibly a year from now, we can hear that, oh yes, it does work because the recovery map is so conservative. It eliminates areas of sound walls that it doesn't necessarily need to eliminate. And that's the problem we have here, I believe, on our commission.
That's right.
And I guess my vision in what I've been trying to advocate for are bridges big enough that when the next study comes, there will not have to be a modeling of them being blocked off. And by not modeling them as blocked off, that changes the flood inundation patterns, and then we can add sound walls. And so I'm interested in county flood control and Caltrans. Am I accurate to think that a big enough bridges are the key to future possibility of adding sound walls? That, as you all have presented, that is how I have synthesized it. That's how I'm going to push for approving this project. But if there's something fundamentally flawed in my thinking, I'm it may not seem like it, but I'm happy to be open-minded about it. But that the key to sound walls seems to be bridges big enough to not clog, and that the modeling and the knock-on modeling implications after that. Is that accurate?
Well, Marshall, I think it's not only that, it's the fact that if the assumptions think that the creeks are clogged from up above, that they're cresting their banks, and that's what's creating this floodplain map. It's not just what's happening at the bridges, it's what's happening up in the hills.
But in terms of items to address today that can be fixed within the scope of what we're talking about.
So Marshall, what are you actually asking for here? I don't quite understand. When you say, are you want to wait till that study that comes out to tell us what size these bridges on the freeway should be, or you're not accepting the 100-year bridge design that they're proposing?
So my understanding is that when they built the recovery map, the reason they modeled the bridges as being fully clogged, the bridges and culvert being blocked up, is because they are of insufficient size. I am not an expert to answer what size they need to be for a FEMA modeling person to say, okay, that bridge won't clog up. But what that size is, whether that's the 200-year flood, whether that is a model based on implied in the current recovery map, what we want is the FEMA mapping team, whoever they are, that did the recovery map to say, we will, and even in bad circumstances, we will continue to have flow under the bridges. Therefore, we won't have broad floodplains that would prevent the construction of sound walls. There may be additional work upstream to solve that also, but the part that we're focused on today and for approval are what do we need for the bridges to allow for sound walls in the future. Is that, am I still being unclear, Ron, or?
No, you're being clear. It's just that I just don't know how realistic this is going to be. I think, is Walter still there? Or at flood control? in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the likelihood of anything larger than 100-year flood channel, bridges, culverts being built are, I don't even think there is a 1% chance. I don't know. So I guess what I'm getting at is that if we had 100 years flood allowance to the ocean, that likewise would also permit us to build sound walls. I think the problem is that the bulking now that we have is the problem. I think 100-year storm protection would allow us to have sound walls, but it's recovery map is what we're looking at. And until we get a map from the Army Corps of Engineers that supports what we've been talking about here, where the flooding is minimal and would permit the sound walls that Donna proposed, the ones that have the flaps, we can offer that condition going forward. But I don't know, Marshall, if we have at this time the will to cause somebody to ask them to build something that they're just not going to build. I mean, I'd love to have 200 years underneath that freeway, but can you imagine we can't get more than 20 going to the ocean? So we're hoping to maybe get 100-year flood protection up and down the creek to the ocean, but I don't think anyone's ever thought of more than that. Does anybody have a comment on that?
Well, I do. I mean, I agree. I think that, what's been proposed as far as improving the bridge conditions and what's happening underneath the 101 is kind of as good as it's going to get, unless you're going to start blowing houses down. My contention is that the flood mapping needs to be brought up to speed to reflect the condition that doesn't have the creeks cresting their banks up above, which really affects what's happening during that 100-year flood event, in the hedgerow.
Well, is Caltrans still there?
Yes, we're still
We're
here.
still here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes, there you are. Everyone's still smiling. That's pretty good. So have you ever built a 200-year culvert under a freeway anywhere within 100 miles of this project? Is that, I don't know of any.
I don't know of any. I know that we've had projects within 10 miles of this location where we have not been able to get the 100-year and we only got the 50-year, and that was sufficient, right? And that passed through FEMA's process. So the fact that we're getting 100-year storms at the 4 crossings underneath 101 here exceeds what other locations have gotten in the nearby area. So in certain spots, I mean, that is what the engineering is, right? You make the best with the knowledge that you have, but to engineer to that.
Yes, but to honor what Marshall's saying is that we have a very unique situation where we have a history that's not very pretty when it comes to flow, and it's a short distance and it's steep, and it fans out. So we do have a bigger issue than probably the example you're setting, but I just don't see how we could get authorization to build something larger than that on the freeway. And so I think it's unrealistic from us to recommend something that's not going to happen.
May I direct a couple questions to County Flood Control?
Yes, please.
County Flood Control, for the County Flood Control team, if these 3 bridges are rebuilt and Montecito Creek bridge is maintained at functional standards, is that sufficient in your mind that with a remapping that the county would permit that in the next remapping cycle that the county would be able to then approve sound walls for construction?
So it really depends on what the new mapping looks like. There would have to be improvements both upstream and downstream outside of the Caltrans right away, really, for that to happen.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Walter, didn't you, haven't we discussed the fact that if the recovery map, which is a model, and we get a real map from maybe possibly from Army Corps of Engineer, and it doesn't show the floodplain to be on that North Jamison piece of road that we're requesting a sound wall, that you could put a sound wall in there. You don't necessarily have to improve the bridges up to, the San Ysidro Ranch to make that happen.
Yeah, so if we don't know how much it's going to change for the current FEMA effective mapping. We just don't know until we have that mapping. But what I did say is that if the mapping improved and there were areas outside of those floodplains, then we would be open to discussing the potential of a sound wall going there. That's why I said we don't know. I don't know what that. We are not expecting that there'll be no flooding in Montecito once those new mappings come out. It will likely look like the new or the current FEMA effective mapping with maybe some slight improvements. Yeah.
Walter, while I have you, could I follow up on what you just said? So there is a distinction between that and the floodplain as far as sound walls vis-a-vis this other area where we're talking San Ysidro, Hexham, that area. Is that correct, first of all? So we're segmenting the consideration of in an actual floodplain, which say Montecito Oaks is, et cetera, vis-a-vis the potential sound wall from San Ysidro to Hexham, that area. Is there a differentiation there?
I'll answer in this way. I wouldn't expect a continuous wall all the way from along segment 4D. It could look exactly like the FEMA effective mapping looks now. It could improve somewhat. We don't know that answer yet.
Okay.
To what extent are the bridges the problem in terms of changing what that mapping would look like? Is this solely a function of problems upstream, or can we condition our approval of this project vis-a-vis the bridges to maximize the likelihood of sound wall construction in the future?
So the current bridges as they are right now are part of the problem. They don't have the 100-year capacity. As the chair has mentioned already, we also have the downstream constrictions. So if the downstream constrictions are already ever brought up to a 100-year capacity, then we would have a 100-year capacity from the ocean to north of the 101 once the bridges are replaced. So in short, the answer is both. It's the downstream, it's the bridges, and we have upstream constriction issues as well.
So let me rephrase. Not the existing bridges, but the proposed bridges, if allowed to flow properly without bulwarks, would cease to be a constricting factor on the ability to put sound walls in. There may be other constrictions downstream or upstream, but that the bridges themselves, as design proposal has here, without the bulwarks, would cease to be a constriction on the future ability of sound walls. Is that a?
We're confident that's an accurate statement.
You're confident that's an accurate statement. Done and done. Thank you.
So Walter, one more question here, or maybe it's not the one more, maybe it's many more, but you have not been able to verify flooding from San Ysidro to Hickson, except on the Hickson Road itself and in the Oak Creek. There is not any record that we know of that shows extensive flooding on Jamison that would cause the sound wall not to be built if it wasn't for this recovery map that we're using, which is just a model.
I have not found any photos or knowledge of history in that area that you just mentioned. That is correct. That doesn't mean it didn't occur. I just haven't found it. And all the modeling is showing flooding in that area.
But all the modeling, what we have the greatest storm since, I don't know when, there was a couple that rivaled it, but we have the storm of 2018, is that what it is? 2019, 18, God, I get my years messed up. So there wasn't any flooding there for that storm. So it's baffling to me why a segment of that sound wall could not be built. I'm saying I think it could be built today. You're saying you don't want to risk it. You want to wait for a map. But wouldn't you foresee the map that would say there's no flooding? There hasn't been in major storms that we have in our lifetime. So why couldn't we put a sound wall that has baffled openings? I mean, has the flaps. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with what is the hesitation to say that?
The board approved recovery mapping is showing flooding in that area right now, and that's what's being applied for the sound walls. As of right now, flood control does not support, I mean, this is the summary. Flood control does not support sound walls along segment 4D.
And that's because of the vote by the Board of Supervisors to accept that mapping. Is that what you're saying?
And history of 7 floods in the last 60 years.
Well, there's 7 floods, but there was not flooding in that area that we know of.
That I have not seen photos of any, and I don't have areas that describe that specific area. That does not mean it didn't happen.
So, well, I mean, we've talked to, I didn't live there for 60 years, but I'm there for 20 years. We've talked to people who've lived there for 30 years in the community that approach us and that we've spoken to. And although there was some minor flooding, there were no major flooding events in the hedgerow district that you're discussing. The freeway got flooded. There's a question. I mean, you have photographs of a foot of water in the freeway, but everyone who's upstream of that, up to in that whole San Ysidro to Hickson area. I mean, I don't know what other kind of empirical data there is, but we talk to every one of the neighbors who lives there, and they're all scratching their heads, wondering why this mapping is the way it is.
So
I have a couple questions about the sound. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The stilted sound walls are not able to be built because while they do provide some sound dampening, they don't provide enough to qualify for federal funds. Is that correct, Kristen?
That's not correct.
Well, Kristen, why are we just going back to why we're not building stilted sound walls? Is that it's Kristen, maybe I had misunderstood your comments from the past.
Because we don't have the real estate, Marshall. We don't have the depth.
Not staggered, stilted. Like think of houses in like Cambodia or something.
Right.
Yeah. Like
Commissioner Miller, yes. So the reason walls on stilts or walls that would have an opening at the bottom would not provide the noise abatement that we need to meet at the federal requirements. Remember, that's a 5 decibel reduction at minimum. And most of the noise from the freeway comes from tire noise running over the pavement. So if you have a big opening at the bottom of the wall, the noise would still go right through. And so
but has that been modeled? Has that actually been modeled?
We already know it won't meet the requirement, Commissioner Sudnower. So I don't know if Caltrans has modeled that already, but it won't, the noise will pass through. So it won't provide the barrier that we need.
But the pavement is being so improved, right? For sound to be
it has to be a change. So you have to be able to provide 5 decibel reduction from the barrier that's proposed in order to use the funds to build the barrier. So it doesn't matter what type of pavement you have, the barrier itself has to provide a 5 decibel reduction.
So my question, where I was going to go with this next, is that a requirement that county road building is required to match also? And maybe this isn't a question for you, Kristen.
federal funding requirement for
Right.
freeway projects.
So that is there a scenario in which county roads could build stilted sound walls on Jameson, say on the south side of North Jameson and on the north side of South Jameson, that would not trigger these federal requirements, but could still be present and doing some noise dampening function?
The project cannot fund walls, no matter who would build them. If the project funds them, they have to meet the requirements of the funding sources.
Meaning otherwise, we're stuck with $5 to $7 million we got to come up with ourselves in the county. It's not going to be part of the federal project to build the freeway. And
But that it's not beyond the realm of being constructed. It's just a funding source question. Is that?
Well, if it was up to me, I wouldn't build a sound wall unless you had the bottom part of it. I think you really sacrifice a lot, but it's probably better than nothing. But I don't see that that's just a Band-Aid. I think that we really need to build a good sound wall. And I think we have the ability to build one, despite what I'm hearing from county that's saying no to the sound wall from Hickson to San Ysidro. I think is a mistake. I understand. Yes, go ahead.
Ron, my theory on this is that if we built non-federally funded sound walls that then get retrofitted at some point in the future to
that's pretty good.
To retrofit it on, so it goes from stilts to all the way to the ground, if and when flood control allows it. That's where my line of questioning is headed right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you build a house and you say, I want you to build that house, but the bottom 3 feet of it, don't put it in, we'll do it later. I don't think many people would want to build a house like that. So I don't want to be, taking Caltrans' position wholeheartedly, but I think in this case, we either get a wall that works for them. I don't see us funding a wall that doesn't work, that doesn't pass federal muster. But Donna, your point is there a study that tells us that sound wall doesn't provide that 5 decibel differential? I think there's federal studies that show that. I don't necessarily think we've done it. So where do we go from here?
Chair Police, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. Can I interject?
You may. I need you to interject.
I want to answer one of Commissioner Senauer's questions from earlier. She was asking if the flap gates on the sound walls have been modeled. And we do have that information. It's actually included in attachment H to the staff report. That was a hydraulic study done by Stantec that looked at sound walls along this section of the freeway, and they modeled it for both normal sound walls and also sound walls with flap gates. And it showed that even with the flap gates, it still caused a rise in the base flood elevations. And so that's why they're not proposed as part of the project.
And what rise was that, Chris?
It ranged depending on the different sound walls, but it was up to between 3 and about 5 feet in depth, depending on which one you're looking at. Some of them were less than that, of course, but the higher end was, 2 to 3 feet. So I would reference the
2 to 3 feet.
It depends on which one you're looking at. The range is from 0 feet for some up to 3 feet for others. But I would reference the report. It really has specific ranges for each segment, and it shows where the water is going. And some of the water would go underneath the sound walls through the flap gates, but a majority of it would go around the walls. Not
Okay,
under the
that's
walls.
H. That's H what? What number? H what?
So they looked at all of them.
No,
I'm sorry.
what?
I'm sorry. It's attachment H9. H9.
9. Thank you.
So the flaps are, how much do those flaps open? To what clearance does it give it from the road to the wall? Is it a foot, 2 foot? What are we looking at here for this model?
3.
3.
I think it's 3 feet by, is it 6? 3 by 6?
So the project team modeled different sizes to try to find the biggest opening to provide
was
the
that
biggest
3
amount of
feet?
flow through, but it still didn't work.
You say it didn't work, but you have a 3-foot opening and you're saying that.
I should clarify, I apologize, Commissioner Felice. The walls let water through, but they would still result in a rise in the surface water elevation for floodwaters. So they would create a rise on top of the existing flooding that's mapped. That's what I mean by didn't work. They did, of course, model letting the water.
That mapping is indicating a 2 to 3 foot rise in water along North Jameson. I mean, that's my problem. I find this kind of staggeringly hard to believe.
Well, there's no history. That's just a model that someone is giving us. That's
there is no history of anything of its kind. Even in this last major rainfall.
Yeah. I guess, Kristen, you can see why we're having a hard time. And I know this is really not part of Caltrans' issue as much as it is the county flood. But that being said, you guys did propose and had on your proposal for at least a decade of putting sound walls in. So at some point, you guys were confident that you could build those. And I understand, tell me if I'm wrong, but that was nicked by county flood, not necessarily by Caltrans.
Well, the change came after the analysis against the recovery mapping. So that's the reason why the change.
Yeah.
But
you're not held to any recovery map anywhere else. It's a recovery map that the county has put upon us.
The recovery mapping was adopted after the debris flow, so it was already in place.
It's an insurance map. It's a map to provide protection so that insurance companies, can force people to build houses on stilts and cut their trees back. It's not really based on flooding that we actually have recorded and shown from the last 1,000-year flood that just showed up here, or 500-year flood. It's not based on that. It's based on, it's a financial consideration. Walter, am I not right on that?
Chair Felice, the recovery mapping is not adopted by FEMA. It's not applied to flood insurance rates.
Why?
It was developed.
But it is used for all construction in Montecito at this point.
Correct.
Except for the bridges. Yeah.
I don't want to get in an argument because I totally disagree with that statement. So I'll just drop it. So, all right. I think we've discussed this enough. Donna, are you satisfied with the information you've had so far? Do we want to start deliberation?
No. This is way too early. Okay. We haven't heard from the public. Okay.
That's true.
We need a break.
Yes.
Okay. We need a definitive time for the 2 commissioners who had prior commitments who couldn't stay past noon, how long they are able to stay.
Those are all good points. I'm so glad that you're here. Okay. So we can take a lunch break. That's a certainty. It's 5 minutes till. And can we get a commitment out of these 2 commissioners to hang in there till we get this project completed this afternoon as far as our conditions?
I am not in Santa Barbara. I am remote. I'm just going to have to make sure that this connection remains cellular. Otherwise I'm going to get blanked out. I can't stay in the location that I'm at past 12 o'clock.
Marshall? I
am able to I can go to early afternoon. So my drop at like 1:30, 1:45, I've rearranged my day. So I guess I'd like to finish up with one question before we go, though, which is going back to a stilted sound wall is funded by Santa Barbara County because they adopted the flood map, the recovery map. Could that be retrofitted in the future to be flood flaps that would go all the way to the ground if and when flooding new flood maps would allow for them. Is the engineering of that a possibility?
Marcia, we're only a year away from designation of flooding. So we're not going to be building those sound walls, even the ones that are on stilts, in this next year. And so I think.
But the project will be approved without them, and the funding won't be there for them. And so if we insist as a condition of approval that the county fund stilted sound walls that can be retrofitted in the future, let's throw that to the county, because they created this problem, as you have highlighted before.
So you're saying try to get funding for a partial sound wall in this funding cycle?
Yeah, so that it goes forward in the construction, and that the retrofit cost of adding flood flaps in the future that would be federally compliant, that would lower the cost of the retrofit and the future funding needs for it. I mean, the county is not necessarily going to say yes to us, but this is a deliberative question for us later. But I want to make sure that we have some sense of the engineering of Marshall Miller, a farmer, inventing things that may or may not exist per actual engineers that are on this call.
Oh, okay. I would like,
Yes.
Thank you, Marcia. I would just like to ask David, with how many public speakers do we have on this item before? Is it possible, they've been waiting a long time? Is it possible to hear them before we take our break? Is that a consideration, Chair?
Well, I'll definitely consider it. It's just, David, how many do we have?
We have a total of 3 speakers.
3 speakers. Jeff, you have a comment here?
Oh, Commissioners, you now read my mind. If we wanted to take the 3 public speakers and then take a short lunch break, the time is certain at 1:30 by Commissioner Miller. It kind of constrains a little bit. So if we could take maybe a 30-minute break, I'm proposing that to the commission.
Yep.
So that we have time. That would only give us 30.
That's kind of tight. This might not happen. This is unfortunate that the commissioners have not allocated time for this, but I shouldn't be judgmental. But
Chair, another option is, sorry to cut in, is if there is a dead stop, I shouldn't say that word. If there's a time certain for 1:30, just push through, give everybody 15 minutes. We've gone long without a bio break. So I think people are getting restless, myself included. So if we could just can we do a short 10-minute break, do public comment, and then just wrap it up by 1:30?
I don't know. I don't know that, but I think, so you're suggesting we don't do public comments now?
So yeah, what I'm suggesting is, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
15-minute break, do public coming back, do public comment, and then do deliberations and recommendations until 1:30.
Donna, what do you think of that?
I think it's all unfortunate. And I do. I mean, this is significant that this is before us. And I am disappointed that commissioners didn't dedicate a whole day or let us know. So if we're under a timeline till 1:30, I cannot guarantee that I will have any contributions to make at that time. If I have more questions, they're gone. We have 2 remaining, which is not a quorum. So I'll just throw that out there.
Well, it sounds like this begs the question, and I know we talked about this, Jeff, earlier in the week, that we didn't want to see this thing get extended, but I did not foresee having just Donna and I here after 1:30. So
we'll make sure I'm here somewhere. I will figure out how to be here.
I will do the same. I
Thank
take
you.
the comments of my fellow commissioners seriously. I will do the same.
okay.
Thank you. Okay, so shall we do a 15-minute and public comment, or public comment then 15? I think it might be beneficial to hear from the public beforehand, but that's just me before we take our break.
I agree. I'm sure they're dying to, let's do the public comments now. And if we can get that knocked out in 15, 20 minutes or whatever, let's just try to do it. And then we can take a full huge 20 to 30-minute lunch break. Anyway, let's go, David. Let's hear the public.
So just as a reminder, I just wanted to make sure that we address the late public comment letters before we get to public comment, because it may affect how one of our speakers in particular, how he structures his comments. So there were 2 comment letters that were submitted past your Friday noon deadline, and they were both from Mr. McKenzie. One I submitted to you on Friday afternoon, and one of them was submitted, I believe it was either Monday or yesterday. I can't remember which, but both were over 1 page in length and past your Friday noon deadline. So I would ask, before we get to Mr. McKenzie in public comment, we should probably make a decision whether or not you're going to accept his letters into the record.
No, I have no problem accepting those letters. Does anybody else?
Nope, they're
Nope,
fine.
I so move to accept the letters.
Okay.
Second.
I think we're all in favor. Let's move on.
Okay, so our first speaker will be Mr. McKenzie, to be followed by Scott Smigel.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce McKenzie. I'm the author of the letters you're about to read. Just as a preview, the letters are concerned with air pollution. Caltrans itself, in conjunction with the UC Riverside, has been doing studies that have determined that sound walls, or noise barriers as they call them, do indeed protect the neighbors from air pollution, because it causes the air to billow up and get caught in the wind. However, I would like to direct my comments to what I heard today during the discussion, and leave it to you to consider whether or not air pollution is also something that we should take into consideration with regard to the sound walls. It's been my impression over the last half hour or hour or so that we're dealing with a couple of imaginary toads in a real garden. The first imaginary toad is the recovery map itself and the assumptions that it makes. I think that we're basing decisions on something that simply is an unreliable source of information or source of authority. I say that because of the fact that what seems to be going on is they take into, for the purposes of the recovery map and for other purposes, they take into consideration the fact that we've had this 1,000-year debris flow that's come all the way from the mountains to the ocean. Now, we have commonly have had other debris flows, but these massive ones are very rare occurrence. At the same time, they assume that all of the, and therefore they take the position that everything that is of drainage nature, culverts and bridges and openings in the wall itself are somehow clogged by the debris flow. Well, I sat here in my house, and the debris flow came down and surrounded our home. And I can tell you that the debris flow consisted of something that looked very much like mud, only it's super mud because it's so heavy. And the recovery map assumes that there's a debris flow, and then on top of that assumes that the same rainstorm has occurred, and then extrapolates from that the fact that the sound walls will, or flood control extrapolates from that the sound walls will somehow cause flooding, when the reality is that debris flow consists of mud and rainfall consists of rain. And you have to mix the two together for the purposes of a debris flow, but the experts don't seem to be able to figure out how to do that. But nevertheless, I think that it's disingenuous to apply these flooding standards when the situation we're talking about is a mud standard that, near as I can figure, doesn't really exist. But the real problem in terms of standards, I think, has to do with this zero rise standard that the county flood control apparently came up with. The flaps down in Carpinteria are a 6-inch rise standard, And I was told at the time of the February meeting that was held on a Zoom by Ms. Ayers that the 6-inch flaps down there were adequate, but that our flood control people came up with a zero rise standard. And I asked the Caltrans people who were present at that meeting if they had ever used a zero rise standard in building a sound wall anywhere else in the state of California. And they told me that, at least in their experience, they'd never heard of such a standard. And I submit that a zero rise standard is an impossible standard to meet. Even with a sprinkle, you're going to have some kind of an accumulation of water. And I think that there's got to be a reason why Caltrans uses a 6-inch rise standard and has designs for that kind of a flap. It must have some scientific purpose. Whereas to have a zero rise it's the built-in failure. And so I submit that the suggestion that we acknowledge the fact that we're not going to get around to building these things for a year is we allow for the time, put into the proposal that we build the sound wall with the flaps, and then we can abandon those sound walls in a year's time when the determination's been made that the recovery map is just an imaginary toad in a real garden. And with that, I relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
Our next speaker will be Scott Smigel, to be followed by Sharon Byrne.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Scott Smigel. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the commission for the hard work. I'd like to state my appearance. Pardon me. And I'd also like to apologize for my inarticulate delivery, but I'm trying to push it along. I'm encouraged again by some of the conversation. It seems to be well understood that the interim mapping may be flawed in terms of its intentions and its quick design. And I'm also encouraged to hear that the likelihood of a new Army Corps of Engineers is on a close enough horizon so that if the conditioning this project on the sound walls of this project on a receipt of a map that is different from the recovery map and which flood control can acknowledge is an improvement might allow the building of some sound walls. I certainly support it. The lack of sound walls and the incremental rise in the noise is unacceptable. And for decades, the federal government, the state government, our local government, SBCAG, and our local Caltrans office have acknowledged and understood that the existing sound levels are dangerous and harmful. So even a small incremental rise is unacceptable. I urge the Montecito Commission to add conditions that cause the project to be built along its entire length with footings or foundation adequate to support sound walls if a new mapping allows their inclusion. Earlier, I heard a discussion about that there were existing foundations capable where there are retaining walls, but on a prior meeting, every attempt by Caltrans was made to say that those retaining walls were very short and were not a big part of the project. I think that if it's a condition, the foundation should be the entire length of the project. And lastly, I urge that the commission not make the conditions so onerous or so expensive to the county that it provides the county planning commission sort of an easy or a necessity to ignore the conditions suggested because it's just too hard. I think that the foundation and the ladder sound wall condition is something that everybody, whether they like it or not, can accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our last speaker will be Sharon Byrne.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Sharon Byrne, the Executive Director with the Montecito Association. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago before our Land Use Committee and Transportation Committee meeting. And at that meeting, we had several questions, which the project team was able to successfully answer. We really appreciate the work that has gone into this project and the Herculean lengths this team has gone to get funding. And we are super impressed actually today with the performance of the Montecito Planning Commissioners who have asked really, really good questions and tried very hard to find some way to both minimize risk of flooding to Montecito residents while achieving a sound wall. I find the ideas of both Mr. Smeagol and Commissioner Miller to be particularly intriguing and would like to support them in their comment. Also, obviously, this is a narrow project in that you don't have that much footprint to work in. You are moving the freeway closer to people's residences than it used to be. There's quite a lot of anxiety about that and the effect that, the sound is going to have. I've driven the quiet concrete. I can tell there's a difference, but I'm not living next to it. So I just, want to be mindful of the fact that, the community is very concerned about the lack of sound walls. And, I appreciate very much the project. We learned this in our Land Use Transportation Committee meeting that Caltrans and Army Corps of Engineers and County Flood Control were going to do some long-term study work to identify what kinds of infrastructure improvements could be made that would widen drainage for Montecito and reduce risk to these lower lying communities. And we are really excited about that, but that does not fix the problem today, which is, is there any potential for sound wall? And I want to support Chair Police in his comments around Hickson. If there's not a reason to not do a sound wall there, then can we please do one? I hope it does not throw the project in monkey works and put you all back, through the permitting process, but where we can do it, we should. All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to make these comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Ms. Byrne was our last speaker.
Okay. So shall we take our break again, Donna, since you're the sole woman on our commission? How much time do we need?
I don't know how that relates to anything. However, yeah, I think it was 15 minutes recommended, and
Okay.
I'd say 15 minutes is fine.
Chair, if we're going to get lunch, can we do 30 just to give staff a break?
Okay, 30. So that would be 45 minutes when we come back.
12:45. We'll all be back. Okay. Thank you.
By what time?
12:45.
12:45.
12:45.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye-bye.
We're back on the air whenever you're ready to start.
Okay. So we'll commence our meeting. I have a few more questions, if I may, before we start deliberation. Does anybody else have any other questions from the commission? No hands are risen. Yes, go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, I couldn't get on the link, David, to the H1 through 9 hydrology studies. I've been yesterday and days before, but I've tried everything, shutting down the computer, going back, the link just FYI, I was trying to link to that H9 study for the flood panels. So anyway, just an FYI, maybe it's something of my computer or iPad. So anyway, just a heads up on that. Thank you.
Okay. Is flood control here still?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you might have heard my question a few minutes ago before we went live regarding the discrepancy of what's acceptable 5 miles down the road as far as flooding the freeway as opposed to what's acceptable in Montecito. Can you help me with that again? I guess that Walter might have explained this to me before, but I'm still puzzled by it yet.
Chair Police, a couple things. Honestly, I wasn't involved in the previous segments, so the particulars of the modeling I'm not prepared to discuss.
Okay.
I will say in general, there are areas of Carpinteria that have engineered channels that have 100-year capacities upstream and downstream, and the known historical flooding in those areas is less than in Montecito.
Well, that being said, we're just talking about the difference between 0 tolerance and a 6-inch tolerance. That doesn't talk about 100-year flood.
Sure. I think the point is actually moot because Caltrans did their hydraulic modeling of the sound walls, and that modeling shows 31 properties that have 1 foot or greater impact of water surface rise.
With 100, with all the bridges, you're back to the recovery map?
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of faith in that. FEMA has notoriously modified maps at a slightest notion by anybody, and they have a history of that. So I think us standing behind as if that's the gospel according to James or whatever, or John, is kind of silly. And so the reality of it is we get empirical knowledge and it's put through, and it's not a recovery map. It's an Army Corps map. And I think we should be able to say that we're entitled to have that kind of analysis, a post analysis that we could have relatively soon, so we can determine whether or not, we have a condition that doesn't permit sound walls. We're puzzled by this thing because we've talked to neighbors and go back 35 years, and we do not have any history of flooding from this half the distance we're talking about, basically from Hickson to San Ysidro. So it's just baffling that some mapping causes that. There is some flooding history, but none of it significantly talking about 2 and 3 feet of mud on Jameson. So I just got to get that out there and make that very clear that if you use that criteria, it's not truthful. It's somebody else's criteria. It's not blocking all the bridges and blocking everything above us is not, it's not something that has happened except on an imaginary map that someone's drawn up. Anyway, I'll stop there. I'm willing to go towards discussions of conditions of approval or whatever we want to do here. So I see that we still have 3 of us here. Is that right? Let's see. I don't see Marshall. Okay.
Marshall, at least, yeah, I think he's here. Well, he's.
Hi there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm on a cellular connection, so sometimes it pixelates. So I've been trying to video kills sometimes. So
I would just like it was separate from deliberations, I would just like a straw vote, if possible, conceptual vote on what I brought up earlier regarding the jurisdictional mandates and going before the BOS like we did with the roundabout San Ysidro. And if there's no support for that, I'd just like to know that ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to interject. I think that ship is sailed already. The board hasn't provided that action to the Montecito to be the jurisdiction over this project. It remains at the County Planning Commission. So that action hasn't happened, and it's not likely to happen before this goes to the County Planning Commission.
Okay, so I recall with the roundabout, staff presented to BOS. Okay, we asked for it, they presented. It wasn't sort of just pro forma, there was an action. So am I mistaken on that?
So Chair and Commissioner Sinara, some clarification on that. That was not actually presented to the Board of Supervisors.
Oh,
there was no action
okay.
to grant jurisdiction to the Montecito Planning Commission.
Oh.
The reason why the Montecito Planning Commission had jurisdiction is because the roundabouts were determined to be a separate project and solely within the Montecito Planning Commission or community boundaries. So it was determined that because of those factors, the Montecito Planning Commission had the jurisdiction over those roundabouts because they were separate projects and standalone. What's different about this project is it's connected to a regional project. And so it remains with the County Planning Commission because it's a regional project, where a segment happens to be within the Montecito Planning Commission. So it remains with the County Planning Commission as the planning agency for the county.
But MBAR is different. MBAR is the decision authority for design review. It's not the 101 Landscape Committee.
So I'm Commissioner Sinauer and through the chair. So the BARs have a different parameters. So in the Planning Commission is the lead planning agency for the county for regional projects as well. The architectural review or design review, there's 4 of those or 5 of those. And so this is within the MBAR's review authority for the design. So they have different parameters as far as determining jurisdiction over it than what the Montecito and the County Planning Commission does on
It's
projects.
not clear. Jeff, I don't understand that one. That doesn't make sense to me. The freeway we're talking about from Olive Mill back down at Mount Point 4 is all in Montecito. So I don't quite understand how some planner in Santa Maria has the vote and we don't.
I'm Chair, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Commissioner. I mean, I just back to what she's saying.
Oh.
It just begs the question why we don't have jurisdiction over our own sound walls and the commissioners in Santa Maria and North do over our sound walls.
Yeah, Chair Calici, I understand where you're coming from as far as like, this is the sound wall issue, the segment, it's in your community. You have some ownership and desire to have that. However, based on how the board has per code allocated responsibilities, the County Planning Commission is the regional, or not the regional, but their lead planning agency for regional projects, which this is one. And as I said before, this segment just happens to be within your community. So there's an overlap of jurisdictions. So unless the board grants you specific authority on a project, it remains with the County Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair, can I make a recommendation? I know this is a challenging and it's been frustrating and disappointing on a number of levels. But I think the power that the Montecito Planning Commission has at this point and the influence you have is to really make clear recommendations for the County Planning Commission and comments, things that you would like to see changed or things, issues that you have with it that should be addressed by Caltrans. I think that's what you should be focusing on now today, is putting together some very clear recommendations that will be included in the resolution.
Well, that's just sugarcoating the same problem. Somebody in Santa Maria is going to decide, has a vote, and we don't.
You're right.
Got it. I got it.
That's right.
I remember this when it happened. It was actually in Santa Barbara where the Board of Supervisors met, and Salud Carbajal said we could just have the advisory position of recommending conditions, but no more than that. Okay, so I guess, Donna, we are stuck with that situation. Unless you want to make a bigger stink out of this, I'm prepared to do whatever you might want to consider and vote on that. But otherwise, I think we should build our conditions that hopefully are thin enough that they would accept and not broad enough that they wouldn't. Yeah. So where do you want to start? One of my conditions, I'll just say this right now, is that if the new watershed study does not recognize a 100-year floodplain identification on any or part of the area where the sound walls were initially planned by the applicant, they will construct that sound walls in the non-floodplain areas. How does that sound to anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think anywhere where there is capacity to build a sound wall, build it.
Just a question of, what's going to trigger that, I just really am bothered by the fact that all block bridges and embankments above the sound walls are the model we're looking at, when in fact, I've said it 3 times today, that that's not what happened in our biggest storm on record. They did not all get blocked. So I'm assuming that this new study will show that there's plenty of areas, if not all of the areas, we could put sound walls. But, how does Caltrans go about getting approval for this project with a watershed study not necessarily going to be out for 12 months, maybe as much as 18 months. Of course, they won't be building. They can do the sound walls in month 18 and they still won't have the freeway built. So I don't think there's a problem with that. But what does anybody else think?
Aren't we interested? Yeah, are we interested in, as we're waiting for that study to be done, to be assured that the construction that will take place will be able to accommodate sound walls?
Yeah.
Should the future study indicate that they're possible?
Well, I can agree with that, but it goes back to the other thing where, as long as you say you can't have a drop of water hitting the freeway, we could have issues. I just don't understand the inequity of not saying that you can't have some mud, some water, and the fact that it can't just be a dry Jameson for the rest of our lives. That's not going to work. So I don't know how CARP was able to get through with allowing 6 inches or less, but I would think we should have that same courtesy.
We can. However, it is precluded by BOS mandate that our community uses the recovery map, which BOS designates for our community. Okay? So that's where we are. Okay? That's why it is what it is. It has been mandated. Okay? And you can say unmandated, free us, let us be in the 100, it's an exercise in futility, because they will keep going back and back and back to that.
Well,
I'm not an attorney, but the chances of them going from a higher flood standard to a lower flood standard to accommodate this wall, to me, seems unlikely from a liability perspective. It's going to have to be a change in the mapping, underlying mapping.
Yep.
I'm not. So that's my kind of layman's view of trying to roll back the recovery mapping for the sound walls. For what it's worth, I'm in favor of my recommendation would be flood compliant sound walls that may not meet federal sound standards at this time, and needs the county, in adopting the recovery map, has put extra burdens upon our community in ways that are trying to keep us safe, but that other communities don't have. And so we need county level funding, because there won't be federal funding for what are flood compliant sound walls. And let's build those now in the project. That would be my recommendation. And that if at some point in the future, better mapping allows for it, then let's retrofit them to be federally compliant sound walls in terms of reducing the sound. But I'm in favor of trying to build what can be built now, and then coming back for what can be built adding on to what's built now in the future.
Well, Caltrans might want to speak to this, but my understanding is they don't have the capacity to build things that are not in compliance with federal highway standards. It's just they can't do it.
Commissioner Kupiak, that is accurate.
But could a county road project on both sides of Jamison build in the same way that the county is building these roundabouts?
We can't have it, Commissioner Miller. It's our understanding that if it doesn't meet the federal requirements for funding, it cannot be part of the project. And that there are other jurisdictions that tried to do that, and we're told you'll lose all of your federal funding if you continue that route.
So it would need to be deemed a separate, the sound wall construction on the county roads of Jamison would need to be a separate project.
That's our understanding.
Yes, that's correct.
But does it preclude in this period of time where we're waiting for a remapping, where the remapping does not assume that all of the creeks are blocked, that there's time to attempt for a design of a better sound wall, something that would accommodate this situation? I realize that takes years to get approved, but so what? I mean, I guess that's really a question to Caltrans.
The point is we are going to have a watershed analysis that's real, not some model. And we should have it within 2 years, probably closer to 1 year. That's plenty of time to build the sound walls during the construction phase of this section. It is. There's time.
That's right. There is time.
It does Caltrans, is there agreement with Caltrans if there isn't? I mean, you're being assumptive, but let's hear.
I've seen they provided a schedule, a road construction schedule. You're not building your sound walls first. You got a lot of work to do. If we didn't approve the 100-year creek crossings under the bridge, under the freeway, you got a problem. That's gonna throw the project out the window. But as long as we go along with their drainage system as designed, and all we're asking for is some type of potential to build sound walls before this project's completed, I don't know what. That's not asking that much.
No, but we have to ask for funding too. The funding has been withdrawn, right? I mean, the funding has been, so, right.
Instead of asking for 200 million, you ask for 205 million. It's a drop in the bucket, but it provides a lot of protection.
Well, that has to be part of our condition.
Yeah.
And our recommendation. The funding can't be sort of dismissed as not being integral to this.
Yes.
Yep,
Is that Fred there? Fred's got his hand up?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't be a repeat of bad news
now. No. I think we want to provide a response to a complicated issue, and I enlist to get Joe's opinion as well on this. But So the schedule we provided was related to the construction for the highway project, absent, as you've heard, the project description, absent sound walls. We have described that certain provisions are being made within the project to allow for the future construction of sound walls. And we've had the recent conversation about those being part of a separate project if they're in the same locations that were originally proposed. So all that being said is that we have no control over the timing for the watershed study, when the new mapping would be done and when the funding would be secured for that study. So it's hard to align those, I think.
Well,
and
that study is going to be funded in the next 60 days. I've heard
Is it?
that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and there's studies going on now in advance of that privately have been funded. The private funding is about 50% of this. And so it's underway. There's studies going on now for Oak Creek, San Ysidro. It's going on. It's not a lot of work to provide a plan that's not imaginary like we've been using. I mean, we've been going on a model, which is a poor man's way of saying we don't know what the real flood protection needs to be. So, okay, so say we can't get this thing, somehow you magically knock this whole freeway out in less than a year and a half, I guess then we can't get it done. But by the time you do the interchange at Cabrillo, if we can't get this little flood map straightened out and the walls put in, I think that's it's easy to do personally, but because that interchange is going to take a lot of time.
Well, listen, if the condition of approval is that upon the completion of the new flood map, that this will come back before the Montecito Planning Commission to be reviewed with Caltrans, and that if that map indicates that sound walls can be put in, that it will happen and that they will provide the funding for it.
What do you think of that, Caltrans? SBK?
Well, how about flood control? That's basically the predicate that flood could, right? That's the predicate argument that flood control, who is the final say on this, truly. So what Commissioner Kupiak just referenced as far as a condition should be acceptable because it is predicated on flood control's argument.
Right.
Well, is there okay. Is anybody from flood control still here?
Yes, we're here, and
are you listening?
As I
to this?
said earlier, in general, yes. If the new mapping areas outside of the new mapping can have sound walls.
Yeah.
Okay, sound walls with flaps. Let's be very specific in our recommendation. Just not any sound wall which allow passage of water or whatever the standard is. But I think we have to, there has to be a descriptive of what type of sound wall we are recommending.
Yes, I agree with that. I think we should, and I think the safest one is what you were just now suggesting. So barring anybody saying no to that, I think that's what we ought to do.
Well, yeah, all sound walls with flaps where possible, sound walls that could be staggered where possible.
There's no, you can't do that. That's not
everything that's possible in order to let the passage of water. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Do we want to start building conditions, Donna, that you just now mentioned? I would think that we could probably do something. I'm willing to send something in to David regarding this.
Are there any other considerations other than the sound walls that we're going to offer recommendations to PC on?
Well, are we satisfied with what we've heard regarding the roundabouts, that they will be constructed? I mean, I would think that we might need to throw that schedule in there as part of the condition for the freeway approval, that, you know, Olive Mill is done and that San Ysidro is being worked in conjunction with the freeway methodology so that we lose the least amount of time. I mean, do we need to state that? I mean, anybody believe we should or not?
I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that when this project starts to move forward between whoever the subcontractor is, Granite and Caltrans, that they're not going to want to do things that are as expeditious as possible and that can be done with the logistics of moving traffic. So, I mean, I don't have a lot of heartburn over that. You know, my heartburn's really over the sound wall.
I agree. I think we should go back to the sound walls, but funding has to be part of that.
Okay.
I agree.
I have another issue. I didn't bring it up here. Was that that before granting a CDP approval for the county, can we address or clarify the configuration of the Santa Barbara on-ramp at Postalibo? I've heard some chatter that somebody might think about changing it. I would really not want to have to hear about a design change after we've approved or sent our recommendations forward. So can I get any assurance from Caltrans that Postalibo on-ramp as it's configured will not only be modified just to enhance length or width, but it's still going to be where it is?
Yes, Chair Puliche, the project that is before you includes improvements to the Postalibo on-ramp. There are outside discussions with neighbors going on about questions about could that ramp be closed, but that would have to be a separate project because it requires its own studies. And Joe Irwin can add to that if there's additional points.
You know, I think, you know, individually talking to neighbors on the south side of the freeway, I would think that would have to go through the planning commission. Why are we, I mean, I think
there would be a lot of steps before that project could move forward, just like you're suggesting, Commissioner.
Closure of Postalibo is not a part of this project, and we're not asking Montecito Planning Commission to consider that any closure. It has to go through its own environmental process and start anew because it wasn't studied. Traffic patterns and those kinds of things were not studied under this project.
well, the simple fact of it is, can anybody make sense out of the fact of not having an on-ramp south of Olive Mill to Summerlin? That's what you're asking for. There isn't. I mean, so I find this kind of ironic that something as obvious as this can't be accepted, and yet, I don't know. All right. So I guess anybody can bring up a project if they want. Is that what you're saying? Even though it makes no sense at this moment. All right. I guess I can live with that.
I also, the tree removal is, I mean, it's extensive for the segment. And yes, there is going to be off-site, off-location replanting, but not into our area. And I think we should make it
abundantly clear.
That I think tree removal needs to be revisited again, if at all possible, and replanting offsite should be considered for our area where there. I mean, it's 300 and some trees, almost 400. Is that right? Going to be removed? Is that right, Kirsten?
Let me double check. I don't think Erin Silva, who's our planner on the project, is on the call, and she can
I
answer
think
that.
it's in the 300s. I would just like to minimize that and recommend minimize as much as possible and to mitigate on-site as much as possible. You know, to me, it's just anathema.
Well, is the mitigation that's off-site within Montecito?
But not in the segment they're being removed from. No, they're going all the way down to Carp. It's all the way to Carp for mitigation.
If you remove trees in Montecito, you should replant them in Montecito.
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, I just want to jump in to mention that there will be trees removed in the Montecito segment, and our conditions require replacement at increased replacement ratio rather than 1-to-1. They're replaced at a higher replacement ratio. So there will be trees planted, including mature 36-inch box oak trees in large quantity throughout the Montecito segment. And because of the replacement ratio and the availability of planting areas, they will also be planted in other areas as well.
Other areas mean not Montecito?
Correct.
So
Within
what
Caltrans
prevents us?
right-of-way area.
Do we not have room to put our replacement trees in our section? It's just not possible?
So Chair Felice and Commissioner Senauer, I think what Ms. Liu was saying, they are replanting trees in Montecito, but because we're asking for replacement plus, there's going to be replacement trees placed other places. So you're getting replacement trees.
Yeah, but that's not how the county rules work. If I rip out a big mature tree on my property and they say, well, you got to put up 5 more small ones, you don't put it up in your neighbor's property, you put it on the same property. So
No, but that's pro forma with the county and any project. Okay, it's acceptable. It's acceptable to mitigate off-site, which I've never understood, but that's the operation procedure.
Do you know if that mitigation is going to happen within Santa Barbara County?
Yes.
Chair and Commissioners, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. So the offsite mitigation we're talking about is still within the Caltrans right-of-way. It's just in segments 4B and segments 4C, which is the adjacent segment to the Montecito segment that we've been talking about today.
So this is all within our area.
At Carp to Santa Barbara.
Yes.
That
I'm okay with
10.6
that.
miles. So, but can I just ask one question, Nicole? Is it because there is not room to plant the quantity of trees in the proportionality that we're suggesting, the 36-inch boxes? We just run out of room. We're too crowded in the Montecito corridor, even though we've yanked them out of there. We have to put them somewhere else. I mean, that's the decision, or is it because there's a lacking of trees and landscape and carp, and we're going to help out, which I'm not opposed to, but what is the reasoning behind not placing all the trees in our area that we're replacing? What is the...
Chair Felice, it has to do with the constraints within the Montecito area. So the maximum number that can be accommodated within the Montecito area are being accommodated at various sizes, but additional area was needed to accommodate the replacement ratio.
Okay. All right.
Nicole, if there are over 300 trees to be removed, is that correct?
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, if you give me 1 second, I can pull up the exact number, or Chris may be able to.
And I won't belabor this, but it is a significant amount.
Correct.
And there is no median planting. It's all going to be concrete barrier, correct?
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, with regard to the question, when you combine native and non-native trees, the total removed is 325. And was your second question had to do with the through the center of the freeway?
Yes.
My understanding is there's not available space within the center to replant within that area.
So before, and I will let this go with two more observations. So the Monterey cypress, that huge in median, and the sycamore, I believe it is, those are both going to be removed. Those are specimen heritage trees, correct? Whoever, Caltrans, somebody answer, please.
Chair and Commissioner Sanauer, those are specimen trees and they would be removed.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicole.
Any more landscape questions? I have a question unrelated to landscape. My question is that if we do not build the sound walls, I think that should nullify the sound wall protection that's across the street at the Miramar Hotel. Now, I've heard discussions that sound doesn't bounce off walls. Well, I can verify that that's BS, and that we should not allow the, and I did talk to be fair to Mr. Luna, that we could maybe do a, since it's above ground, this wall that's on South Jamison, that some other kind of wall that allows sound to go through it instead of back to the north side should be built. Ideally, there'd be a sound wall on both sides of the road, but you can't build it on just one. It doesn't work.
Ron, that's considered a retaining wall.
Well, it is, but when it gets to the ground level,
I understand.
That wall is now acting as a sound wall because it's no longer a retaining wall. It could be a fence. You could have, and there you could have, openings like we talked about on the north side where the sound can go through and not bounce back. But I would not, I cannot agree to having an active wall that reflects sound back to one side that does not have a wall. That doesn't work for me. Does anybody have opinion on that?
I agree with you. I think we should be mitigating the amount of potential reflective sound for whatever percentage it can be. And if it's a 4-foot wall and it doesn't need to be there, then it shouldn't be there.
Okay, well, that covers my conditions that I can write up, but what other things do we have? Marshall, you still there?
Yeah, I am. I think at this point, I'm not. I don't have much to propose. So
yeah, you would propose a 200-year culvert capacity, but since it's not
to be clear, I proposed that we use the same buildings, the same conditions for bridge construction that we're using for sound wall and construction elsewhere in Montecito. But county flood control has suggested that we don't need that. And that we can get sound walls with that we have the bridges will not be a roadblock or would not be a pinch point to the idea of sound walls being added with a new flood map. And if that's the case, I won't put forward the tighter standard, but it will be remembered that was said.
Okay. So,
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm trying to channel your mind. If that's it, I think Commissioner Senauer had her hand up real quick, but before we go to Commissioner Senauer, if it's possible, I think staff could do a recap of the recommendations they've heard. And then if we've got it right, then we would take like a 15-20 minute break to draft those and then get a resolution out to the commission and put it up on the screen so the commission could see the resolution and vote on it today.
Yes, I concur, Jeff. I also want to emphasize that comments besides recommendations are important. So Commissioner Miller's comments, even though it's not a recommendation, it is imperative that our comments, Would it be via action letter? Director Plowman, how does that get formulated and documented?
I think we could definitely include some of the comments that we've heard, making sure that we've captured them correctly. And we could convey them even in a staff report, that these were the comments made by the Montecito Planning Commission, and then the actual resolution with the recommended conditions of approval would be separate, but we could both transmit both of those things to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Just as a Chair Police, if you want, we could have Ms. Lou go ahead and give a recap of what she heard and make sure the commission at least gives us a head nod that we got it right, and then we could draft that resolution and get it up on the screen in about 15-20 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair, you're on mute.
I say I'm good with Nicole giving it a shot here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Nicole, is that okay for you?
Chair and commissioners, I think the planner, Chris Schmuckel, has a couple of items he's captured, and then I have a number of additional items that I would characterize them as partially deliberation and partially comments, because as a whole, the commission went a few directions with the recommendation. So maybe Chris can give the two that he's captured so far, and then I can read a few others that are potential comments.
Ms. Lou and commissioners, here's my recommendation on how I think it'd make sense on this. Let's start first, Ms. Lou, with those items that would be presented in the resolution as recommendations, and then present that, and then those items that we want to capture as comments, present that. So let's be clear on what we're presenting. So Ms. Lou and Mr. Schmuckel, first present those items that we're going to include as recommendations, and then once the commission says yes, that's the recommendations, then we'll highlight those items that we would include as comments.
Thank you, Secretary Wilson. So the first item I captured is from Commissioner Police. He described, if the new watershed study allows for sound walls where sound walls were planned previously for this project, then they should construct the sound walls in the non-floodplain areas.
You got that right.
And the second is from Commissioner Senauer. And the wording is that the tree removal is extensive and it needs to be revisited, and off-site locations within Montecito should be considered, and would request that there be more mitigation on-site in Montecito in general.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'd recommend rephrasing that as a recommendation. If you want that as a recommendation, I'd recommend saying that the Montecito Planning Commission recommends that the tree removal and replanting of trees in the Montecito area be minimized as much as feasible, and that all replanting should be done in Montecito first and then to the other segments as appropriate. Something to that regards.
Sounds pretty good.
That's fine.
And then I have a few additional recommendations. One of them was the project should be designed and constructed such that future sound walls can be accommodated.
I'm a little concerned about the word should versus must.
Shall. Okay, shall.
I think it, yeah. I think it should be imperative, yeah.
You know, Miss Lou, this other one I just now mentioned, whether you caught this or not, but I basically said, if the watershed study does not reveal a path that will allow the installation of sound walls on the inland side of the 101, the project shall remove reflective sound walls proposed on the ocean side of 101.
Chair and Commissioner, I had a similar one, but I can reformat it to be more similar to yours. I had if sound walls are not constructed as a part of the Highway 101 Segment 4D project, the retaining wall / sound wall adjacent to the Miramar Hotel should be eliminated from the project.
Or modified so it doesn't cause the reflective sound well, yeah. I mean, I think that there's other options that they can use besides the wall.
Okay, should be modified to avoid sound reflectivity or removed from the project.
Yes. Okay.
Good.
Then I also had another one regarding the timing of the olive mill and San Ysidro construction. Upon completion of the olive mill roundabout, the San Ysidro and Highway 101 4D project should be constructed in conjunction with one another.
Are you stating that the olive mill should be built before?
Maybe you could provide some clarification. That was your comment, Chair Police. Maybe you could provide some clarification on what you were hoping with.
Well,
that comment.
I understand that I heard from Kristen that they really do need the San Ysidro roundabout to be in conjunction with all the on and off ramps built around the San Ysidro bridge so as to make a much more efficient project. I didn't hear that we couldn't build, since olive mill is starting so soon as in October, that it should be completed before major construction's going on the freeway. If that's not true, then would someone clarify that with Caltrans? Is that not right? Did I get that right? That olive mill will be completed before major construction's going on?
Commissioner Police, it won't be completed, but the accessibility through the roundabout structure itself will be open for drivers. So you'll be able to drive through.
The roundabout will be functional, but the project
mostly functional. Mostly functional. You'll be able to get through the intersection. We'll still have islands being built and things like that. But yeah, do you want to repeat what you were?
No,
we don't want to say that it has to be completed because I think it could actually be detrimental to the community if we wait to complete olive mill and then start.
Has to be functional.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get that, Nicole, that the roundabout at Olive Mill we want it to be functional, if not complete?
Prior to completion of the San Ysidro and Highway 101 4D construction.
Not completion and start. I mean,
prior to this.
Yeah. We're going to start construction if all goes perfectly well, August, September of 23 on the freeway. We should have the olive mill roundabout functional by that time.
Understood.
Kristen,
okay.
Does that sound clear to you?
From what you just said, yes, that sounds fine. I just want to make sure the San Ysidro roundabout isn't tied in there because the San Ysidro roundabout started earlier than that. So, okay.
Yeah. We're going to catch some flack for that, but I think we have to appreciate the idea that we want the freeway in Montecito not to be held up because of the roundabout at San Ysidro. And that was the issue. If we had to wait till it was completed, it might interfere with some of the traffic control and traffic management building the on and off ramps at San Ysidro. We wouldn't want that. Okay. Anything else you got there, Nicole?
Chair and commissioners, I had a comment from Commissioner Miller, but I think in deliberations you might have changed this. His comment was to install flood compliant sound walls that may not meet federal requirements as a part of the project and to retrofit them to be federally compliant in the future.
I don't know whether that flies or not in the face of the federal rules. I mean, I don't see us working in the right of way of Caltrans or the freeway with something less than what's approvable. So Marshall, do you want to try this again and see if there's something that could be a comment somehow, but maybe not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I mean, the idea was is that as a part of this overall project is a loaded term here. The idea of within the county right of way on Jameson's building non-federally compliant sound walls at county expense, but so that we were avoiding this funding questions, but that we were able to provide sound walls in places that wouldn't otherwise have them. They just wouldn't meet the federal standards for noise reduction. It would be a lesser noise reduction. I'm happy to defer to.
Yeah, Chair Belice and Commissioner Miller, we could put that as a comment in the staff report that this was discussed. I don't think it should be a recommendation because it sounds like it's a separate project and a separate discussion outside of this project. So I would not include that as a recommendation.
It could be a good comment, though. They should hear it just in case maybe they want to incorporate it. Okay, any other conditions that come to mind?
Well, so I want to be very clear that the comment about the idea of the bridges being built to the
Yes.
previous standard and
Yes.
not the current standard is not a comment by Commissioner Miller. It is a comment by county flood control. And that my big concern here is that the study comes out in 18 months and that the new bridges are still serving as a bottleneck in a function that will not allow sound walls in the future. That's my concern. County flood control is assuring us that while there may be problems, the problems won't be from the bridges as designed. And as long as they're doing that, it's not a condition of the project to change I'm not conditioning the project, I'm changing still at the 100-year flood standard, but at the 100-year flood standard as defined in the recovery study rather than the original study.
And Chair Belice and Commissioner Miller, I think staff has heard those comments in that discussion, and that would be something we could summarize and put in the staff report as that we've had this conversation with flood control during these hearings, and this is what was discussed. Would that work, Commissioner Miller and Chair, as far as how to handle that discussion?
Well, it depends on what you say. I mean, it'd be nice if we could see that language right now so that we can, bless it.
Is there an opportunity there isn't time now to document language for all of this? Is it possible to have it, well, I guess it isn't, before us and in another manner and approve it or add recommendations?
Why don't we do this, Donna and Marshall? Let's have Nicole write out what he's saying, put it as a comment now from us, and then the county or the planning department can put it in their presentation, adopting the words that we approved today. How's that?
If there's time, there's Nicole.
Here's what my recommendation is. Let's finish the resolution, and then when we come back, we'll present the resolution and we'll present language that we're talking about right now as far as this discussion with flood control. Then you can bless it, do whatever you want with it, and we can wrap it up.
Okay.
So you guys need some time, Nicole? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I would just, Nicole, when the sound wall recommendation was addressed, did we have funding in that language?
Not yet. We want that.
Chair and Commissioner Center, we would, if we did not read off language, but we could add that if you have a comment now.
No, it's not a comment.
A recommendation that you would like added.
Right. No, that should be
the Caltrans pays for it.
That should be associated with any sound wall comment or recommendation. There has to be funding.
Chair Belice and Commissioner Sinara, that's a note that I had. So we will add require Caltrans to include this in their funding request in those recommendations related to sound walls.
Thank you.
So I think Ms. Lou said she needs about Ms. Liu, you help me out. You said 15 or 20. Which one is it?
10 to 15 minutes should be good.
Really, yeah, that's great.
Let's go.
Okay, wait,
Chair
wait,
Bellucci.
wait. So we're in a drought, climate change and all that, with dust mitigation and water dispersal on dust and the roads. I want to make it clear that it needs to be recycled water. Now, the CSS cannot use recycled water, it says. So it's using the right-of-way water line, which is potable water, I believe. So I just want to stress that that's of great import because there's hundreds and hundreds of HCFs being used. And I want to clarify that recycled water is the water source that should be used, be mandated. APCD, I think, recommends it. But I think we need clarity, especially in these days, that in fact it's recycled water. Thank you. That's it.
That's good.
So Chair Bellucci and Commissioner Sinair, did you want to add that as a recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go.
Can I just
Chair
say
Bellucci-
one thing? I think, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Center, I think you should say, I mean, I think that's good, but I think you should say where feasible in the event that something were to happen and you want to be able to water that vegetation. You do not want to spend all that money and not be able to water.
Well, the vegetation may require potable water. Okay. So vegetation is sort of, I'm talking about dust mitigation control.
Dust mitigation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like it's always good to say where feasible, but because you just never know what's going to happen. But I agree that it should be.
I would say for dust mitigation, for highway construction, recycled. For landscaping, appropriate water source should be used. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Chair and Commissioners, can we go 20? Can we go 20 minutes? Can Commissioner Kupiak and Commissioner Miller come back in 20 minutes? We will try to email that out in the next 20 minutes, as well as we'll put it on the screen so you can view it. As long as Commissioner Kupiak can drive and look at the screen at the same time.
Appreciate. Thank you all.
All right. We can't hear him, but that's good. Thank you.
I'm not driving, Jeff, so it's okay. I'm just a passenger.
Aren't we all today? Aren't we all? Okay.
Yes, we are.
second, Bob.
All right, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin. To resume.
Okay. Yes. So, Nicole, do you want to explain yourself? That'd be the easiest way to go here, or what? Or is Jeff doing this?
Sure, Chair and members of the commission, we have on the screen, if we can show the screen, we have pulled up on the screen the language that we captured from you earlier. So this, if you see in the italics, that is the language, those are the comments and recommendations. These are the recommendations that we received from you earlier. We also emailed this document. So Chris Schmuckel is here and we can walk through each of these once again to confirm that we've appropriately captured these conditions. And then following the conditions, we have a section that captured the comment that Commissioner Miller provided. So I think Chris can just walk you through each of these and we can discuss them as necessary if you'd like any changes. Thank you.
Yeah, I see some already, but go ahead.
Chair Pliche, members of the commission, the first one we have down is if the watershed study, the updated FEMA effective map allows for sound walls, Caltrans shall construct sound walls in the areas outside of the flood hazard overlay.
Now, why are we calling it the FEMA effective map and not, because the map's going to come out, isn't going to come from them? Is it going to be an Army Corps of Engineer map or we're looking for? I don't think FEMA is going to provide the upgraded watershed map. Maybe, is there anybody from flood control there?
Chair Pliche, this is Matt Griffin. There are two separate efforts. FEMA is in the process of updating their effective mapping. And separate to that, the Army Corps of Engineer and the county are working on the Montecito-wide planning effort.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking would have jurisdiction on this, but I didn't know the FEMA map is what we're looking for.
I think we have to be very clear with language.
Yeah.
What we're referring, what our reference is to, and if it's two different studies, is it just this one study?
Chair Pliche, members of the commission, the updated FEMA effective map is the map that would take place, that would be used in Montecito instead of the recovery map. So
Okay.
I believe it's the FEMA effective map is the one that we would need.
Okay, so that's the predicate map that will address Montecito, not the recovery map.
Yes, or flood control, feel free to jump in. But yes, this updated FEMA effective map would be used instead of the recovery map once it's been completed.
But doesn't that come from an updated Army Corps of Engineer flood map?
No, they're separate efforts.
Well, which one's coming first? Because I thought the flood control, the Army Corps of Engineer map, which is like the Bible, is coming first, and we wouldn't need to have to wait on FEMA unless you think you need to wait on FEMA. If the Army Corps provides you with enough support, so you have the ambition to go forward with sound walls. But
I think they actually have similar timelines. I don't know which one will be first.
Wow. I just don't know. I'm unaware of what FEMA is doing to provide new mapping. Are you aware if they're doing new mapping?
Yes, they're doing new mapping, and that mapping, once adopted, will replace the recovery mapping.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I think we should include that language. The FEMA effective map, which will replace the recovery map, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But what if the Army Corps map and the FEMA map are in conflict with one another?
I can't imagine FEMA coming up with a map that doesn't include data from the Army Corps of Engineers. They're the ones going to, I would think, would be doing.
Probably
work.
right.
Does anybody else know? Lisa, do you have any knowledge of this?
Mr. Chair, I have the knowledge that has been shared by flood control about the mapping. So.
All right. So.
Okay. So
we'll leave it there for now.
Okay, we don't have to add per flood control so it references this. Flood control is the predicate for all this, basically. So anyway, maybe we don't have to reference flood control, but okay.
I do think we have to reference the fact that this says the maps allow for sound walls to be constructed in the areas outside of the flood hazard overlay. However, the design of those walls with operable blowout panels at the bottom still may wind up being in the flood hazard overlay.
Right.
If they're allowed to have water passage through. So I think that language is not correct.
Right.
Chair and members of the commission, so you would just like us to delete this area that references the flood hazard overlay?
That's correct. I think
yes,
it says,
correct.
Shall construct sound walls, period.
Yes, I agree. Sound walls. Do we have to reference any type of sound wall or just sound walls, which accommodate flood movement? Anyway.
Yeah, which sound walls which will accommodate the passage of water.
Yes.
I'm happy.
Okay. B.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay, if B is good, I can move on to number C. So the project shall be designed and constructed such that future sound walls are accommodated.
Are sound walls one word or are they two words?
Well, you see it both ways. You see it separately and together.
All right. Okay.
Okay, moving on to D, the Olive Mill roundabout shall be operational prior to the construction of the Highway 101 4D project.
Looks good.
Okay, moving on to E, tree removal shall be minimized and on-site replanting shall be prioritized.
We don't have to reference a segment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Shall be prioritized within segment 4D.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Okay, moving on to F. If the project does not include sound walls as a part of the Highway 101 segment 4D, the retaining/sound wall at the Miramar Hotel shall be modified to minimize sound reflectivity or removed from the project.
There's a problem with that because you have to have retaining wall up to the surface of the road. So you can't remove the entire wall. You can't do it because it's holding up the road. So it's yeah. Just get rid of that, I think.
No, I think the language is appropriate. They can always put up a guardrail or a fence. That language doesn't preclude.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Else.
Mr. Chair, actually, that is holding up soil.
Yeah.
It's a retaining wall that can act as a sound.
No, the problem is, Donna, it's like it's only the sound wall segment of the retaining wall that's above the profile of the road.
Is there a sound wall component to the retaining wall?
No,
Yes,
I'm just
it
saying
sticks
it
up.
operates as one. but it's just a retaining wall,
No,
Yes.
no. It sticks up 4 feet higher than the roadway surface.
Right. That's what we want to get rid of.
That 4
Yeah,
feet
so
is
why,
just,
why is
it's
it,
not a
why is
retaining
it,
wall.
why is it doing that? Why do they get a sound wall and no one else?
It's not a sound wall through the chair. It is a retaining wall that has some height over the finished grade.
Well,
But I think
that's
what
not
you-
true though. The problem is this was in there when our sound walls were in there. If our sound walls were never in there, that wall wouldn't be designed like it is.
Let me see if I can help you get to where you want to go, which
Okay.
is you would like to minimize the reflection of sound off of that wall. That's what this statement says. And there are ways in which that can be done. Vegetation can be used to create something that absorbs some of the sound off of the wall.
No, we want the wall removed above the grade.
Correct. Correct.
Not to dress it with vegetation.
Correct.
You could put a transparent fence there and dress it with vegetation.
Wrought
The 4
iron,
feet
do a
of-
lot of things.
The 4 feet of hard wall that exists above grade needs to be eliminated.
Correct.
I think that'll have to be cleared by the engineers.
I've already
Oh,
talked
I think
about.
I think it's fine. It's a condition. It's our condition.
It's our recommendation for a condition. Yes.
Lisa, just to have you know, I had a pretty long discussion with Mr. Luna about this, and he went back to Caltrans, talked to him about it, and they came back with a sort of horizontal wall that is opening at the bottom. It's just a minimal thing, much like a guardrail in the middle on the way to Sheffield. So they know how to do it.
Okay.
Chair Paliche, maybe it would be good to change the description because what you're talking about isn't the retaining wall portion, but it's the safety barrier portion. And
That's
that would
correct.
clear up
That's
the
right.
confusion.
Exactly. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you. We still need a safety barrier there, but we have options on that.
Good.
There he is. He's still here. All right, Mr. Luna.
And when would we see the options? When would that be in the design? I mean, months when does that get sketched out?
Well, they have them.
Oh, they do?
They have examples of what they can't do. They could pull it up and send it to you tomorrow if they wanted to. I mean, they have standard types of barriers. Isn't that right,
Okay.
Mr. Luna? We have some we could show her if you had to.
That's fine. As long as that's fine. As long as it is not solid.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I'm looking at what staff's making a change to, Mr. Chair, and I think what it has to be clarified that it's the safety barrier.
Yes.
The portion of the wall that serves as a safety barrier shall be modified to, and maybe you guys can clarify what you want it modified to, and
to be
To be a guardrail.
To be a guardrail, right? And a non-solid.
Okay. Material. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Construction.
Yes.
Open barrier would provide us most flexibility.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Open barrier then. Great.
So is that, let's see.
I think it's great.
Wait, where does it address where it's located?
Yeah, it was from Oak Creek. That actually it's really it ends at the end of the property at Miramar Hotel.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's the only retaining wall in that area, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
By the time it gets to the Oak Creek and Posta Libo, it's back to
Right.
grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Chair and Commissioners,
okay.
Does the text look okay for number F?
Yeah, I
Letter F?
think, yeah.
I think it looks great.
I have a question for the Caltrans. The reclaimed water to be used for dust mitigation for highway construction. Is that going on now on any of your projects? Is this something special we're asking for? Is this pretty, can you accommodate this?
We were talking about this, Chair Police, and there might be some ways to accommodate it, but I think by leaving the word to feasible in there, it gives some flexibility because this water, as you know, is going to be filled up at hydrants for dust control. We're required to do dust control during construction, so we'll have to find hydrants. The discussions we were having are the hydrants that do have recycled water or reclaimed water might cause more traffic backups during construction that might cause traffic problems.
Yep.
But we were trying to figure that out. So we'll have to, we can figure that out during construction.
Yeah, I think it's an imperative with the water situation we are in California.
Yeah, I think she's right. It's going to cost us some to do it, but
what can I say? I think reclaimed water shall be used for dust mitigation for highway construction is our recommendation. And regarding landscaping, whatever is healthiest for the planting should be used, and that's what that says. But the HCF said it's being used for. Do we have sort of anyway? I won't go into if we have any particular metrics on data on how much water is being used for dust mitigation on this project. I can only imagine.
So okay. Jeff, beyond this here, do we have any comments that we're trying to put together too?
Chair and Commissioner,
that's right
Commissioners, just below the section we're on, Chris now has on the screen the comment from Commissioner Miller that we captured.
Where is that at? I don't.
It's under
item 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that comment says the bridges should be constructed to accommodate a 100-year storm event to ensure that the proposed bridges will not be a limiting factor that prevents sound walls from being built in the future.
What I care about is that this is what flood control is saying, not what Marshall wants.
No, and we're not saying it's you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And you can insert flood control somewhere in that sentence as a reference if you'd like.
According to flood control administration or what?
Hi, this is Walter with flood control. This was the intent of my comment.
Walter, what we see here is the intent of your recommendation for a comment.
Yeah, I understand, and that works for us.
Okay. Are there any other comments that we want to include in this category? No.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Go ahead.
Can I jump in just a second? Sure. On item G there, would the commission consider separating the discussion for construction dust mitigation from the landscaping as two separate recommendations?
Sure.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is that in our discussions, and Chair Police would recall with the design review team, we discussed at length the ability to provide water for landscaping with reclaimed sources, and none currently exists, we're told by our landscaping team in Montecito.
Okay, that's understandable, and that H is descriptive of that, is it not?
Yes, with the maximum
Yes.
extent feasible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Back to the Miramar retaining wall. I think we should just say the portion of the retaining. We should not say / sound wall. Personally, right?
Yeah, that works.
That serves it. Yeah, I think that's confusing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
And
Go back to the top again. Okay. Just. So where do I read the thing about the trees? Is that in there? What number is that?
it's number E.
Oh, there it is. Okay. You know, prioritizing within doesn't have a lot of teeth, but
Well,
is that what you want?
yes.
Okay.
Who knows what the planning commission, what has teeth and wasn't, we're not the decision maker on this. I think we need to be as clear and as, present this with gravitas. This runs right through our community plan as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Bob or Marshall, you guys have any further comments?
I am happy as a clam. I think this is very good language for today's effort.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Can I ask flood control? Is anything in this thing? Well, Walter, I was going to ask you, since I have you now, is the FEMA map, we want to just say FEMA map and not say Army Corps?
We're comfortable with the language as it's shown right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, no further ado.
I reread the bridge language. Could we briefly go back to that while I was there? We built in order to, what I want to hear is that built to 100 years to ensure the proposed will not be a limiting, that flood control has assured us that building to this standard means the bridges will not be this is like, if we build it, that is the hope. Whereas I want to kind of reverse subject object there.
Hi, this is Walter with flood control again. We can't, these are based on design models. We can't ensure what the future Q100s will be. We could ensure that based on current design models we can't ensure. We're asking that Caltrans design for 100-year storm events.
But Walter, we've gone around this time and time again. There's the 100-year flood standard that's in the recovery map, and the 100-year flood standard that is in the Army, the firm map, and they're different 100-year standards. And so what you said earlier is that the 100-year firm map, if we design it to that standard, it won't be a bottleneck for future sound walls. And that's what we're saying here.
We're comfortable with the language that's shown on the screen right now.
This is different than what you'd said previously, in my mind.
Okay, then I'll clarify what I said. What's shown on the screen right now is what we're comfortable with.
Are you comfortable, Marshall?
No, this is different. This is saying we're going to build to this standard so that it won't be a bottleneck. It's not saying this won't be a bottleneck. Like this is, we're agreeing to this standard of building, and the hope is that it won't be a bottleneck. It doesn't say hope, but it to ensure the proposed will not be a limiting factor. But that there were 200-year flood standards being floated here, and that we're going with the lesser one with the idea that it wouldn't be a problem going forward. Is that
okay? Is there any way we can frame 3A that flood control, not per flood control, but flood control accepts this statement, right? Okay. Is there any way we can add a B that a commissioner has concerns that 3A is, but is there any way we can do that? Because Walter's stating that he's comfortable, flood control is comfortable with A. But I think if Commissioner Miller, if we can insert something as a comment, an exception comment somehow to 3A, that way it takes care of both, but it's very separate. Is there any way we can do that with language?
What I don't want to have happen is when the new map comes out and they're modeling the bridges as being insufficient, that the new bridges somehow become the condition that holds us up. As long as the bridges will not be the reason that we don't get sound walls. I understand there's upstream, downstream stuff. That's great. But I want flood control to be telling us bridges will not be the reason that flood control can't allow sound walls in the future.
Walter?
I'd have to see.
Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Rubalcaba. It's Brian, County Council. If I could hop in, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I would just recommend, if what I'm hearing is if the purpose of this comment is to capture the flood control district's testimony today, I think they've made clear what that testimony was. And if the commission wants to make a different comment to the planning commission, that's fine. But if the purpose is to capture the district's testimony, I think what the district is saying is that this is what they're providing today.
I think the comment section under 3 is what the MPC is commenting on, and flood control. We're not commenting on specifics other than our. It's hard. I understand both sides, but why
not eliminate the language to accommodate a 100-year storm event? Bridges shall be constructed to ensure that the proposed bridges will not be a limiting factor. Don't tie it to a standard.
I think that is what you're going for.
Well, I think when you say to accommodate a 100-year
Yeah.
storm event, then you're tying it to a particular standard.
It is. But where is flood control on this statement with that taken out? Or it doesn't matter, okay? If flood control doesn't support this comment, it doesn't, right? I mean,
Chair Police and Commissioner Senauer, yes, the purpose of this is to capture your recommendation.
Correct.
So if you want to
Correct.
remove this from the recommendation, we're happy
correct.
to accommodate you.
Correct. Okay. Let's take it out and see how it looks.
Okay. Well, that makes it simplified.
Okay. So we'll take away B. The only language is if someone could research the appropriate, is it sound walls, one word, or sound walls two, because I think consistency is important. I'd like to move to make a motion to accept this. Well, if we could you pull it out so we can see the whole thing again? I think we're there.
Yeah.
Chair Police,
Yes.
we're trying to keep up with the 101 team virtually here. We appreciate you guys doing this on the fly, and so we're just having our team members evaluate the language on number 2E, I believe, related to the I think this was, I may be wrong, but this was specifically related to the oak tree mitigation. And not in general all planting?
I can't see this. No. What do you talk? It's too small now.
It says tree removal shall be minimized on on-site
Yes.
replanting shall be
Okay.
prioritized within. What's wrong with that, Fred?
My comment was that I believe the discussion was focused on the the trees that are intended to be mitigated at the replacement ratio and not, but if this is intended to be just a more general comment, that's understood. I just wasn't sure how that reflected our previous discussion in the deliberations. So.
No, I think you got a point there. We are trying to affect the mitigation of trees, which that's how we end up with so many extra trees, is that that's the rule. You have to multiply what you remove. So does this not say that then? It's replanting. I don't know.
Chair Police, I think what Mr. Luna is saying is, do we want this comment to be general for all tree removal, or do we want it to be specific for native trees or oak trees?
I would like to have it as it is. These are our comments. Anyone can take exception to it. PC, 101 team, whatever. But I'd like E to remain as it is.
I agree with Donna.
Yep. I think we're going to vote that one in. Sorry, Fred, you guys can work on the other planning commission, but this is what we're going to do here. So you ready for a motion, group?
Yes.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So in the, okay. Is that the whole, can you pull back, Chris, so we can see the whole? I'm looking in my.
Chair and commissioners, is it possible, staff, if you could pull up the motions?
Yes, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. The recommendation from, where is it in my hard copy?
So Chair and Commissioner Sinar, we do have the recommended action on the screen for you.
Oh, there you go.
And so the third one, adopt a resolution, that's what we just drafted. So the recommendation on number 3 there is adopt a resolution that we just finished going over.
Okay. All right. I so move that we approve the recommended action, paragraph 1, 2, and 3, including our MPC recommendations to specifically our specific recommendations to the PC, along with our comments as the language has been approved by us. I don't know.
Yes.
That work, Jeff?
What's that?
That work?
Chair and commissioners, I believe that the recommendation is as on the screen, and adopt the resolution as drafted today.
Okay.
We have
so the resolution is our Okay, that's fine.
So the adopted resolution recommending the planning commission approve this project subject to the conditions of approval stated below.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna throw out, right?
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay. We have a second?
I second.
All right. How about a roll call,
I
David?
second this motion.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec.
Oh my goodness.
Did he go? Oh, God.
Of all these hours, then he catches a bad piece of road.
Hey, Commissioner Kupiec, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Yes, I vote yes.
Okay. Commissioner Senauer.
I made it.
Yes.
Chair Police.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
There you go.
Okay, well, Jeff, we set a goal to be done by 3. How well we do?
You all deserve something. A round of applause.
I know. I know where I'm deserving, and I'm going to head out soon.
So,
Yeah.
a freeway segment in your honor. I don't know. So maybe it's too soon. Too soon for that joke. I apologize.
Yeah.
So Chair Felice, we do have one item I wanted to bring back up, if that's okay. Mr. Villalobos is there to help us. We've been during the hearing looking at that special hearing date. Because of coordination with CSBTV, we could do a special hearing if it's only on COVID. And I think Mr. Villalobos might have a date there, September 12th, maybe. But we wouldn't be able to do the item for the debris flow.
When can we do that?
Could we move that to October?
We have no meeting in September except this one to push back, right?
There's no items projected in September. So
Okay,
we'd have to have a special hearing to go remote for 30 days. Can we push the debris flow report to October where we already have items?
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm unless you think there is. I don't think the
Chair and
group is-
Commissioners, it was a receive and file, so there's
Yeah,
no harm in
okay.
pushing that back.
All right, let's do that.
Mr. Villalobos, was the 12th available for a quick special hearing? We could set that today, potentially, if the
Yes.
commission's available.
So we just have to do it a little bit early because we do have two other hearings that start that morning, one at 9 and one at 10. So if we could do it maybe at 8:30 in the morning, as opposed to 9, I think that would fit in with our existing schedule. So that would be for September 12th.
That's a Monday, right?
Correct. I'm sorry.
Monday at 8 o'clock, you say?
8:30.
8:30? Okay, I can commit to that.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good.
Do we have to vote?
Yeah, if we could set a special hearing, that'd be fine. Make a motion.
Okay, I so move that we have a special hearing at 8:30 on Monday, September 12th to consider continuing Zoom meetings for our hearings.
Okay, I'm good with that. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec.
Oh.
Well, if he's gone,
let's get
all we
three.
need is 3.
I'm in.
I'm in, yes.
Commissioner and Chair Felice. Okay, motion passes 3-0.
All right. So I want to thank everybody, especially those hardworking Caltrans, SBK, and the staff. Everybody, thank you.
Sure.
And I'd like to just congratulate you on being able to get through this hearing. I know it's been a challenge, and I understand the frustration that you've experienced, and I think you took the time and you worked through it, and congratulations.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, with that note, shall we say Serenata, goodbye?
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye, kids. Oh, shoot. How do I get out of here?